All right, we have a clock here that will be the official clock. It now says 7 o'clock. I'll call the meeting to order. Before we begin, I'd like to ask everyone to take a moment and ask for guidance in the decisions we're going to make tonight, each in our own way. Just take a moment. Thank you. Roll call.
Ken Talbot,
Here.
Alan Easley.
Here.
Leon Griffith,
Here.
Helen Glass. Here. Jay Craddock.
Here.
Ronald Merrick.
Here.
Carol Yang.
Here.
Thank you. In your package, you have the agenda for tonight. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda? If not, do I hear a motion to be approved?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, signify by raising your hand. Thank you. In your package, you have the minutes of the meeting of August 13th. Are there any additions or corrections to those minutes?
I move it be approved as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the minutes be approved as written. All in favor, signify by raising your hand. Thank you. Old business.
Don't have any old business, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And new business.
We have one case for next month that's for special use permit for a single-wide mobile home.
Okay.
And I wanted to say that Julian Harf with Gwen Waddle and Carol Watson is here to take Chris's place tonight, as a BZA attorney.
Takes two to replace him? Yeah,
Just for tonight.
just for tonight. Okay.
a good night for me.
Okay. There being no other new business, we'll proceed to the public hearings.
Kathy, did you?
Oh, yeah, everybody make sure your microphone's turned on. Well. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, pursuant to Article 5, Division 7 of the Pittsylvania County zoning ordinance, we, the Board of Zoning Appeals, have been empowered to hear and decide specific applications and appeals in support of said ordinance. In accomplishing this important task, we're charged with promoting the health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens of Pittsylvania County. We must ensure that all our decisions and recommendations be directed to these goals and that each be consistent with the environment, the comprehensive plan, and in the best interest of Pittsylvania County, its citizens, and its posterity. Anyone here to speak to the board other than the applicant regarding zoning cases will be limited to 3 minutes. Okay, so the public hearing in case S-19-010 is now open. The time is 7:03. Report.
Case S-19-010, J.D. Shelton and others have petitioned for a special use permit on a total of 450 acres located on Old Richmond Road in the Dan River Election District for a recreational uses ATV trails. The Planning Commission recommended by a 6-0 vote with opposition that the petitioner's request be granted with the condition that the hours of operation are 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. except during daylight savings time, where it will be 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. The staff summary is enclosed in the board packet. Mr. Chairman, Tammy Wiles is here to represent the petition.
Good evening.
Good evening, board. How are y'all?
Good. What would you like to say in support of the application?
In support of the application, I do have.
Could you speak up just a
I'm
little bit?
sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
In support of the application, I do have another petition, of signatures and comments. I also would like to provide safety regulations, rules, and some side notes, along with a couple other things here.
So this is the petition. This is the one that was online?
Yes, this is the one for the night riding. The one from last week was kept with the planning commission, I suppose.
Oh, so you have it from the planning
I
commission?
emailed it to y'all.
Okay, yeah, we got copies of it. You got the original?
I do.
All right. Now, you said you had, do you want to describe the use at all, or you just,
No, the ones that are here, they know. I mean, they've all been there and support us. They come in with their families and groups of friends and just get together and ride. You know, there's a lot that we don't have as adults that makes you feel like a kid again, but when you see these people out riding, you see the kid coming out of them. They really enjoy it.
okay, so typically what happens on a day that you're riding? What time does it start?
We open at 10. They come
Okay.
in and they register, they sign a waiver with us, and then they start riding.
And when they register, is just name and pay, or? do they
I
sign
do
some
have
kind
a
of-
copy of the waiver.
Oh, you got the waiver?
I do have the waiver.
All right, so as the ride proceeds, do they just go out and ride at random, or do they go in groups, or?
They go in groups most of the time.
And is there any
Well-
racing or competition?
Oh, no,
or?
mm-mm,
No.
it's just trail riding.
Okay. I'm interested in this piece of paper. I want to see the safety regulations. Helmets. No more, okay. Firearms prohibited. How about shirts, pants, and boots? No requirements there?
Some come in with those things, but we have not required it.
Are you familiar with the, my fingers don't work anymore now. This ATV safety organization,
Somewhat.
their golden rules, always wear DOT compliant helmet, goggles, long sleeves, long pants, over the ankle boots and gloves. Is there any part of that you feel like you don't need to comply with?
Typically, that's for racing.
It just says the ATV Safety Institute's golden rules.
You know, when people come in with side-by-sides, you know, that are actually in a vehicle and have their harnesses and such on,
Uh-huh,
you know, I've never really seen anyone do that, but,
okay.
and some do wear you know, their helmets inside.
This is, even with my best glasses, I don't know if that could read that. No damage to main, no speeding, no littering. Okay, the big thing, the differences I see, the long sleeve and long pants. You don't feel like you need to apply that rule?
Possibly boots.
Well, we'll see what if the board feels like your safety rules as specified there are, you don't mention alcohol at all?
No, we haven't. We haven't.
I mean, you don't mention it, do you? I
We
mean,
haven't stressed alcohol because we haven't had any issues as far as that goes.
well, would you consider adding a line, never ride under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
Yes, we can add it.
Okay, I just got this offline from that ATV Safety Institute, and I don't know with what authority they speak, or
Right.
how many members, or, but that's something we might have to consider when we start talking about safety all right, so they come in, they register, and they hit the trail. They camp.
We've had some to stay overnight during one event. It was early on.
Um,
I'm unsure what date it was.
Okay, but you're not applying for a permit for a campground. It would be primitive camping only?
We had applied for a primitive camping permit.
Okay, and of course, that means no RVs and no self-contained of any kind,
Tents or
just tents or?
back of the truck, or whatever
Yeah.
they want to do.
Okay, so primitive camping only. All right, so they ride, they cook, they eat, they sit up all night, then they start again tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock?
If they want to.
All right, how many accesses are there into the property? I know the one main road.
Yeah, we have the one main road, and we also have another one located on 360, which is blocked off.
And if, now I'm just speculating now, because the board will consider all of the adverse effects and what we need to do to mitigate them, but if we were to say, for instance, that every access to the property except for the main entrance must be blocked, would that be objectionable?
Yes, we have that done anyway.
Okay.
Well, as you know, if you use GPS, sometimes it takes you to Mount Tabor Road.
Yeah, how many couldn't find it because you went down Mount Tabor? That's where I ended up the first time. It was
Yeah, we've had that to happen. I'm unsure why, but
Yeah. Questions, you guys? Oh, am I supposed to say guys? We have ladies, guys and ladies.
I have one question. How important is it for the night riding for your train?
for the riders, it's really important. A lot of them, they just don't have the time to ride during the day. They may come later in the day. And then they don't have, the hours that they would typically ride during the day if they want to. As far as the system, and my parents and myself, we're just asking that we could have at least one all-night ride per year. But, as the comments are on the petition, a lot of them state the fact of they have to work during the day.
And so they have lights? How do they?
They do.
Okay.
And most of them have additional light bars attached to their machines.
I didn't see any reference to mufflers either online or, do you require mufflers or is that an issue?
We never did until we were shut
Okay,
down.
yeah, I'm just gathering information right now, so mufflers, you don't think it's an issue?
I never knew it would be until this point.
Have you ever heard anybody in there with an extremely loud machine that could have been quieter if they'd had a muffler?
Well, the night that we had the night ride, it probably was loud because we had right many riders.
But you didn't see a ATV with flames shooting out the
Oh,
back?
no,
end?
no.
Okay,
I mean, they all have mufflers. It's not that they're cut off or anything.
yeah, okay. Oh, I bet some of them could. Oh, that's the first thing
I expect there's quite a few modified mufflers,
As far as modified, I'm sure, but
the modified mufflers. And,
How many days a week do you operate now?
we usually open on the weekends. We have opened during the week by appointment only. And it may be, we've had a couple times where we had maybe 2 days a week, but usually it's only 3 to maybe 5 people that come in to ride,
Mhm.
just because they work weekend jobs and their only time to ride is during the week.
I didn't get back to the computer in time to look, but how far is it from the trail over to the Mount Tabor Church? Any idea?
To the church?
Yeah. Pretty good distance, or?
It's a pretty good distance,
So
yeah.
it doesn't adjoin the property, yeah?
No, no.
All right, how close do the trails come to the property line, do you know, at the nearest?
Well, the creek is the property line, and that lower trail is, I actually have a picture of that, if you want to see that. I'd say 15, 20 feet.
Feet? What if we impose a larger setback, say 150 feet from the boundary? Would that cripple your operation, or would you be able to
That would
accept
be
that?
fine. It might put Daddy to some extra work, but
Okay, and the creek is a concern because of erosion and, so we would definitely have to move away from that creek.
This particular one is actually on a light line.
Uh-huh,
It runs underneath the power line,
okay,
and the power line runs from the Hankins farm all the way to the end of our farm.
okay,
And so that roadway is open for the light company. I don't know
right.
what we could do.
Well, but as far as
Figure out something.
the four-wheelers turn up, you know, say turn up, God, that's, I don't mean to be negative, but they do disturb the ground. And erosion and sedimentation would be a problem if it washes into the creek. Because that goes to, what river, Bannister, or, you know, down to Bugs Island and, so we may have to talk a little bit later about setback from the creek and from the boundaries. Now, on your website, there's a picture of a mud hole,
Yes, that's back behind my parents' home.
and does that drain into anything else, or is that
No.
just a hole in the ground? That,
Yeah,
okay, because see, if it did, that would be a problem too,
Right.
but it doesn't. So.
no.
Okay, so that's that mud hole setback. So days, normally, even the animals deserve a break, right? So we will probably discuss, once we start discussing, days of operation.
Okay.
Sunday's a problem in this area, you know. I mean, not a problem, it's an opportunity for everybody to relax and reflect.
Right.
So what would it do to you if you couldn't open on Sunday at all?
I guess we'd have to ask the riders.
Well, I mean, that'd be,
I think they would be upset.
what if we said, okay, you can't ride before 1 o'clock on Sunday?
1 is good for me because everyone can go to church.
Well, they gotta get up and cook breakfast and go to church and then come back, so. All right, we'll probably be discussing, now, as far as days, we wish you success, assuming that we get all the i's dotted and t's crossed here. And growth, and that means operating more days. If we limited you to say 4 days, Wednesday, Thursday, or Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So give everybody Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off.
That would be fine.
You sure are easy to get along with.
We can work with that.
Trying to get them permit.
Well, you know, yeah, I'm looking forward to what, hoping that you are successful, and if you are, it's gonna bring all kinds of problems that perhaps aren't perceived as problems now, but may well be down the road. if
Right.
Okay, any other questions at this time?
How many people's there on a good day on the weekend riding?
On Saturdays and Sundays, usually around 75 to 100.
And the night ride,
Well, the one night ride we had 467.
467, so. And I guess, I don't know if y'all, I've just found this out accidentally, but you know, people from here drive as far as West Virginia to go four-wheeling, and there's a definite demand, and, I'm not talking about anybody.
Talking about a friend, full friend.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
What night of the week is a night ride?
We usually have that on Saturday night.
And
Okay.
you have one a year, is that what you said? Is that what, traditionally, how many night rides
Yeah,
have
we
you had
just
a year?
tried the one.
One a year.
And does it go all night, or just, say, till midnight, or is it?
The biggest part of them was there till maybe 2, and then it started clearing out.
2 a.m. So if it is Saturday night, if we limited the night ride to 2 a.m., even 3 a.m., that would be, you could work with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Anything else that you would like to add?
No, sir.
All right, certainly will have questions for you later. Now, here's the process. We're gonna hear from the public. Please keep your comments short, And try not to, if you hear it and just want to say, I like it, I want to do it, then just say that. But as far as going into details, if it's been said 10 times already, do everybody a favor and just kind of be concise. And, but if you can't, if you want to be verbose, we'll be here to listen to you. So, all right, so we'll be back in a second.
Thank you.
Oh, and after we hear from the public, then the applicant will be given the opportunity to rebut anything that was said. So if you say something the applicant doesn't agree with, but in the rebuttal, the applicant can only address what was mentioned. She can't, the applicant cannot bring up new information, okay? So don't be surprised when the applicant's given the opportunity at the end to rebut. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, I also have a letter
Okay.
passed around from Reverend Collins.
All right, we'll read that. Let's go ahead and start. Public hearing. Which one is this? Oh, here we go, 19, okay. So Jenny Neal?
Good evening. I'm Jenny Neal, and I live on Spring Garden Road in Chatham. I would like to thank the council members for this hearing regarding Red Oak Hollow's effort in seeking a permit to open to the public nightly until 11 and 2 all-night rides annually for special benefits. Previously, allowing Red Oak Hollow to open their trails to the public helped boost the local economy, as well as being a major factor in families enjoying having fun and being together as a family. Paradise Lake, Campgrounds, Chastity's Cafe, Paul's Store, that's just to name a few that have enjoyed the economic boost from people visiting Red Oak Hollow to ride. My family, as well as multiple others, have enjoyed their college children and younger children being with us riding, cooking out. When your children are with you enjoying the outdoor events, you know where they are and you know that they're safe with you. Safety has always been a very important thing to Red Oak. Thus far, there has only been one accident and no trouble at all. For Red Oak Hollow to be competitive, they also asked to be allowed to stay open the same hours as your other ATV parks in the area. I've known the owners of Red Oak Hollow for many years. They are generous people who help in times of need in the community. They give back to the area in numerous ways, but the major way is having a decent and affordable place for families to have fun and be together, and also helping our local business people's economy. With reasonable fees and very well-maintained trails, you have people that are eager to come and spend their money locally. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of obtaining this permit for Red Oak Hollow, which allows families to stay together and area businesses to benefit and prosper.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. Nelson Adams? Mr. Adams? Oh, sorry.
Hello, good evening.
Name?
This is Nelson Adams.
Thank you.
I live on the Mount Tabor Road. Known the Sheltons a long time. I've really enjoyed going down there riding on their trail system. Hated to see it get shut down. I really think it needs to be opened back up, as the other lady stated, not only for the economy, to boost in local businesses, but it's like she said, with the families. It's a very family-orientated place. Good place to carry your kids. I'd much rather see kids out there riding four-wheelers than sitting at home looking at a computer, telephone, or playing video games. Gives them a chance to get out, interact with nature. And it's just, brotherhood down there. Everybody gets along. So I would like for y'all to consider.
You've never seen a fight?
Never seen a fight.
Okay.
Nope. And they're outgoing people. I mean, they do help the community. They've even do charity rides. So I think it's a great idea for them to be able to be open and run a good business.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. David Adams?
I just want to say I've worked
And your name?
for Davy Adams.
Okay, David.
Yes, I live on Mountain Tabor Road too, very close to JD's farm. You know, the noise really doesn't bother me because I look at it, if you walk outside your house that day and all you hear is ATV, you should be thankful that's all that happened, because there's plenty of people in the world that's had plenty of bad days. So the noise complaint really doesn't bother me. I've worked on the trails plenty of days with JD. We keep them very maintained. We keep all the low-hanging branches out of sight so no riders can hit them. We try to, you know, just do everything we can to make safety, get all the obstacles out the trails, the rocks, the boulders, everything, and do everything that we can to make sure everybody that comes down there rides to be safe and enjoy the day. And the main thing I love seeing about when I ride is the kids down there, because kids could be out on the streets of Danville and the streets of everywhere in the world. And nowadays, it hasn't got good out here. So I think to keep peace in the streets, it'd be more safety for the kids to ride and out here running the roads. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. And that is Daniel Adams.
Good afternoon, my name's Daniel Adams. I myself personally believe that Red Oak should be open because, like any other person, we all have things that we like to enjoy to do after a long work week. A lot of ways to, you know, release stress from a long work week or any other problems you have going on. I know myself that I've never witnessed any fights down there. I have a lot of friends that come and ride with me, a lot of co-workers that come and ride with me. There's also a lot of local families that ride on this property. And I think it'd be a great idea to let us reopen. That way everybody can join together and have a good time and enjoy it.
Okay. Brenda Martin.
I met the Sheltons about 20 years
And
ago.
your name? Your name?
Brenda Martin, I'm sorry. I'm here tonight in support of Red Oak Hollow. I met the Sheltons about 20 years ago, and they're the type of people you will never forget. I've seen them do many charity events in our community before they started the trails and after. I've seen them offer their land for the fire department to do spook trail fundraisers. I've seen thousands of dollars raised for cancer victims, accident victims, ball teams, etc. They've also had fun days for the kids where they spent their money and bought bouncy houses and games. They've spent their money on Easter egg hunts, Christmas parties for just the kids in the community, all kids, nobody excluded. And in my opinion, anybody with this kind of character is an asset to the community. I've visited several ATV parks through the years, and Red Oak is by far my favorite. It's the only one I feel safe enough letting my child ride. So many kids that live in subdivisions and don't have land to ride on. I can't say enough about the riders. The thing that is so special about this place is everyone is a family. I've never seen or heard of a fight there or any trouble from any riders. It's not littered. The trails are clean. Mr. Shelton, with his logging experience, has done an excellent job of maintaining the trails. I feel that Red Oak is good for our children and an asset to our county and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Pullen. And then Rodney Dalton is, moving, reduce some of the travel time. Rodney, get ready.
Hello, I'm Sherry Pullen. First, I need to read a letter from someone that sent me and asked me to read it for them. They couldn't come. So to the members of the board, thank you for taking this moment to listen to my letter, as I live 4.5 hours away and I'm not able to physically be in attendance. My name is Clint Hacken and I live in Haymarket, Virginia. I've known the Shelton family for a little over a year. I first noticed that they allowed ATV riding on their property while looking at fellow riders' pages on Facebook, and decided to look further into making plans to travel down and give their trails a try. I first started messaging Tammy Shelton about my plans, and she genuinely brought me into her arms, so to speak, and treated me like an old friend. She was more than happy to chat and talk about my future ride there. Upon arrival, I was met her as well as her mother and father. They greeted me as I was a friend with open arms and were willing to help me with our needs. After just that, I was glued to this place. There's not many places to ride, certainly not nearby, that the owners will treat you like family and not just want to collect your money. J.D. Shelton and his family not only treat you like their own, they also keep their home and property in great condition. Their trails are well groomed and cut back properly, and they do their best to provide a great experience while you're out on the trails. I personally feel that closing the Shelton's trail system down will greatly impact the local riders as well as out-of-towners such as myself. Having something such as this in your community brings such good attention to your area and helps your economy from buying fuel at your local gas stations to grabbing some food at your local stores and restaurants. In closing, I'd like to simply say that I loved Red Oak Holler ATV and the Sheltons, from them treating myself like family to the friendly fellow riders and the camaraderie that goes with it all. My only hope is to see this great trail system grow, as it is greatly beneficial to all in attendance and other fellow riders alike. Thank you so much, Clint Hackett. And I would just like to add that I love Red Oak, and I feel that they should just be given the exact same opportunity as the other ATV trails in the area have been given. Their hours are like open from 9 on Saturday and Sunday until whenever, and I just feel they should have the same opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Where's Rodney? And Phyllis Harris will follow Rodney, so. Name, please?
Rodney Dalton.
Thank you, sir.
I'm the pastor at Cypress Springs Church of God, and I said last week that I go by both places on the way to church and on the way back, and it's not but one of them that you get your cars dirtied up and muddied up and everything, with the roads being people coming out of the fields and everything. And I heard them talking last week about the quiet times in Keelan. There's 5,000 bulk barns running continuously in Pittsylvania County with the tobacco farmers. Dogs barking, cows mooing, and I can hear VRR, I can hear the mud bog, I can hear the pine lane, I could probably hear the JD and if it was a little bit quieter at night and all the bulk barns weren't running. But it's not no peace and quiet in the country, I can tell you that. Dogs barking and everything you can think of.
Preachers preaching?
Preachers preaching. I'd rather see all these people on Sundays in church instead of out there riding around the four-wheeler. I don't prefer one because I broke my back on one, so I don't have no part of them.
Yeah.
I learned from them. I don't fool with them. But I'd like to see all of them in church. But, you know, I ride by and they've got fields and parking lots full of people, and I'm going down to my church and I might have, 30 or 40 people. But, everybody's got their own road they're going to go down. Yeah. And they ain't going to all end in the same place either. I got a friend of mine, he said, you can go down the wrong road as long as you want to, it ain't going to never get you to the right place.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Here's the original petitions. I think Ms. Glass would probably need to see them.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis Harris, and I have to start out by saying, oh, my dear Lord, for all these people that come up here and have talked about the children and what a wonderful, friendly family operation they would have you think they're running. Just look at the Facebook page, all the pictures they have on there. How many children do you see? ATV trails have been at Red Oak Hollow. The problem now is they want to turn these trails into a business at neighboring property owners' expense with high-end ATVs, loud exhaust, and hundreds of people at their events, taking away the peace from the area, the reason we all bought our land. And yes, there is peace and quality of life in the country. Yes, they've had events for cancer patients along with weddings and parties. You can hear the bands. They used to get pretty loud down there. This has been going on for years. The difference, these are special events, not continuing operations. Noise that is so deafening you can't escape in your home with the windows shut and the doors closed. And I live about a mile away on a horse farm. What they are operating is a business. They advertise, they sell T-shirts with their logo, charge a fee to ride that they now call a donation, sell food on the premises, however, do not have to abide by all the laws for health and safety because they're on private land. This is going to be a mess. The market value of our homes will be drastically lowered. Imagine if this was going to happen at your home. If a permit, there's already been one accident down there. Robert Clark broke his back in 3 places and 4 broken ribs. If a permit is issued, we would ask for the following to be considered. No Sunday rides, no night rides. People say they have to work and they can't get down to such and such a time. Well, we that live there have to work and we need to sleep at night. Hours agreed upon between owners and planning commission in order to recommend permit to zoning board be strictly enforced. 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. during daylight savings time. No violation of the Pittsylvania County noise ordinance. I pray to God Almighty you deny this permit.
Thank you. Teresa Nagley? Nagel.
My name is Teresa Nangle, and I live on Randolph Drive, which is a mile away from where the Red Oak Hollow is. And you can't even sit on your porch at night, on a Saturday night, because of the noise. I moved from the city. I moved from New Jersey because this was a quiet, peaceful area. And I think it should be restricted as far, I could see families having a good time. I raised 3 sons myself, and they all like to ride. But I think the hours should be restricted, and we should have peace in the evening and on Sunday.
Okay.
And as far as I know, there's only one entrance in Red Oak Hollow. One entrance in and the same way out, and I think that's very unsafe. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And there's a negative petition. Yeah. Helen didn't get it. All right, and there's the. That was John Harris. And Eddie Smith will be after John, so. Good evening.
John Harris. The biggest issue with me is the noise. I think the noise ordinance has to be looked at a lot, a whole lot. We live about the way the crow flies, about 3/4 of a mile. And I got a tape on my cell phone, and I know I couldn't bring it in here. But it's beyond, it is way out there. And this is like at midnight. I've known the whole family for years. I remember when he bought that land. I remember sitting on a dock at his pond, talking. And the reason he bought that land, peace and quiet. And I say the world changes. That's all I want. I want peace and quiet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was John. I got Eddie.
Eddie Smith. Good evening. Red Oak College strives to provide an experience that inspires personal growth, community integration, and enhance awareness of natural environment by maintaining a quality riding park for the enjoyment and present of future generations. This trail system offers close to 20 miles and 500 acres to ride on, proving a mix of routes for beginner, intermediate, and expert level ATV riders. Because of this park could potentially attract numerous riders daily, consideration for the environment and surrounding neighbors is critical. The following precautions have been taken to ensure the welfare, safety, and quality of life the citizens of Pittsylvania County. The property is surrounded by trees and shrubs, which provide a natural buffer to reduce noise and prevent erosion. Operation hours will be limited to between the hours of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., which is in compliance with the noise ordinance unless otherwise pre-approved for certain events. All parking is off the street. His place is about a mile off the road, no issues with the highway. Outdoor recreation benefits the community in many ways, including engaging in outdoor activities builds the right foundation for children so they become more productive and well-rounded as adults in the future. These activities help improve physical, emotional, and social and mental health for not only children but adults also. Outdoor recreation brings day and overnight visitors to an area. Communities reap the economic benefits. These economic benefits are spent directly on vehicles and equipment, as well as indirectly through money spent on lodging, gasoline, food, and other good services. The strength and growth of a community exists not only in its economic and educational foundation, but also in the amenities it has to offer. Red Oak offers safe, affordable outdoor recreation for all ages and is owned and operated by long-term members of this community. Not only should this board support their efforts in bringing this AVT park to this area, they should grant their special use permit. I am one of these people from out of state. It may be right across the line in North Carolina, but it takes me about 40 minutes to get there. They say it's not about the children. Well, if you get on their Facebook page, my daughter, 10 years old, and my two nieces, 14 and 16, go with me down there regularly every day. Their pictures are there. You want to get on there and look at them? I can pull it up. Well, I ain't got my phone with me, but there's kids down there everywhere. And my daughter should be a tour guide because she knows every trail down there, and she's only 10 years old. But when we come in, I come in with a group. I've been down there by myself, my daughter probably 10 times, and other people from North Carolina, anywhere between 10 to 15 of us. And every time we come, we stop at Chastity's for breakfast. If it's open in the evening time, we stop there on the way back. And most of us fuel up with fuel somewhere between the airport and the grocery store right there at Chastity's.
It's cheaper in Virginia anyway, though.
You're exactly right. Yep. But as far as maintaining the trails, Mr. Shelton, I've been down there many times. He's down there with his tractor. There's no ruts in his trails. He smooths them out to each ride. And as far as the helmets and gear and all that, I ride Carolina, Venture World, West Virginia, Pine Lane, other places. Public lands like this, you have to have it. Private owned companies like this right here, anybody under 16 years old has to have a helmet, and that is the only regulations they regard to that. Thank you.
And where else do you go? You go here and where
I go here, Pine Lane, which is right down the road, which I just don't like my daughter going there because you have to cross the road.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the only downside I have to that. Carolina Adventure World.
Where is that?
That is about an hour on the other side of Charlotte.
Oh,
and then we go to Busco Beach, which is down next to Wilmington, which is about a 3-hour ride, and West Virginia multiple times.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Tanner Owen?
Hello, I'm Tanner Owen. I understand people defending what they're defending, but I just so happen to be one of the sad individuals that's got to listen to this noise. And to make it clear, I bought this land 18 years ago. I've lived in my house for 15 years, and I built myself with sweat and tears. I wanted peace and quiet, and if you don't think it's peace and quiet down there, you can come down there tonight, and I'll show you. When they shut it down 2 months ago, whatever, my life came back as a man. That's the way it's supposed to be. I think they're degrading the problem with this noise, and nobody's in my shoes, and James Hankins' shoes, who he wanted to be here, but he's out of town. They take the factory mufflers off these bikes and put an aftermarket muffler, which gives it louder, it allows more air, it gives it more power, it sounds more masculine, whatever. That's the problem. And this night riding, when I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning thinking somebody's on my property, my dogs are barking. You step outside, I can hear it in my house, like she said, with a door shut. When you go outside, it's even amplified, but I can hear it in my house with the door shut. So the night riding is just crazy. everybody's got a cooler, you know, and I'm not taking anybody's parade down here, but you go down there and you witness what goes on. I've been there. I was a wild buck in my day too, but everybody's got a cooler, everybody's drinking, people going to get hurt. That's a fact of life. But the reality of this is it affects the immediate landowners. Yes, I don't know what it's going to devalue the property when you try to sell it. And the fact that this is an every weekend thing that the weather is, you know, allows, I figure it's going to be 40 plus times a year. And this is for on and on and on. This ain't going to stop next year or the year after. And I've got to listen to this, my family. I own a total of 235 acres. I just bought 42 acres on a corner which joins their property. It's got a little house on it down there we're going to fix up. My boys, one of them wants to build a house there. It's within 600 yards. A little cabin down there is within 200 yards of the corner. And when you're down there on a Saturday, I mean, it is unbelievable. If y'all think I'm exaggerating, I welcome all of you to come listen to it. I can't enjoy my own land that I've worked for because of their benefit, you know, and on with all the people that spoke for them. But this is me and my neighbors. If I wanted noise, I would have stayed in the city, you know, gone to the city somewhere. So what I hope y'all will listen to, and answer your question, the church is about 2,500 feet away from their property line. Erosion is going to be a problem. And, you know, setbacks, somebody says something about setbacks. I do hope and pray y'all do something to keep it from getting more on property lines. And I know last year was the wettest year we've had, and the destruction, I looked at it down on the creek bottoms. There's no way in the world I could allow this on my property. I think more of it. So the safety and everything else, the family environment and all that, that's fine. But the reason I'm concerned about the Sheltons, I've been there 15 years. I can back up everything I'm telling y'all. They don't like to comply to laws. The Department of Game and Inland Fisheries write them tickets for trespassing, hunting on people's land, mine in particular, and I could get a pile of people to sign a piece of paper to prove it. The DGIF can prove it. I'm promised this year that they're going to ump the ante on it because their reputation, quote unquote, is one of the worst in the county. So I'm not trying to deface them, but whatever y'all put on this paper, have it very clear, because they don't like to comply to laws all the time. But I'm concerned this is going to be 200 people, 400 people, 500 people, and it's just going to escalate. And I am the one that's got to listen to it. So I just hope y'all come up with something that will protect my rights as a property owner and a taxpayer. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jan Anderson or John? Okay, and John.
Yes. Hey, I'm John Alderson. I didn't pre-write anything fancy to say. I just gonna kind of give some insight. I live right there on Randolph Drive, which is the next road up from Mount Tabor Road. Matter of fact, I live on the road. I think roughly it's gonna be 600-700 yards from the back of my property line to where the ATV park is. Tanner that spoke a minute ago, he lives in between me and there. I'm for the park. I'm for the family. You know, I've been there for years hanging out. You know, I'm new to the neighborhood, but I'm not new to Red Oak. But you can hear them from my house. Does it bother me? No. But I live over the bluff. Tanner kind of lives more back towards, you know, the bottom end of it. So I'm not here to take sides tonight. I'm just here to tell you where I live, and that I'm for it, but it is some noise, and there is some aftermarket pipes on some of these bikes. You can hear them. I mean, I think if you allow the park to be open, maybe you have some kind of regulation where people can't operate these vehicles, you know, with those pipes. Or, you know, the night ride once a year, that ain't gonna bother nobody. But I understand, you know, me, it don't bother me because I'm from the city. I'm used to cop cars, gunshots. I ain't talking about shooting deer. I'm talking about you better duck. So that don't bother me, but, you know, that's just being said. That's all I really got to say.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's the last person that has signed up. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board before the, come forward, please? Could we have your name and where you live?
MJ Burson. I'm from Reesville, North Carolina.
MJ who?
Burson,
Burson.
B-R-S-O-N. I'm a disabled veteran. I have 2 children, a son and a daughter. My son is 13, my daughter's turning 11 this month, and they're from Greensboro, and I have joint custody of my children. With my disability, from serving in the military, I have an amputated leg. So there's not too much of stuff I can do activity-wise with my children. But since we got involved with the side-by-side, and it's a 4-seater, there's a lot of more things that we enjoy doing on the weekends that when I hear from other people, you know, when they say, we thank you for serving our country, I'm proud to hear that. But when I come back home, I also have to serve 2 children and be a daddy to them. And they asked me to come down and speak. Since this is school night, just have a picture of them. Since we go out there, we usually stay about 3 hours. Our routine is about 2 to 3 hours. Get a little chicken or something like that, park underneath the trees. Then after that, we head back. I have been to other ATV parks, Catfish Pond, Busco Beach, where it's been very violent, where some days I have to carry a gun, a knife, because of the activities. And once I found out about Red Oak from a neighbor, this was about the safest place with the safest trails, the most friendliest people. We don't do any night riding, anything like that. It's just something to do when it's my time for my weekend to have them, that when they come down to Daddy house, we enjoy it. Since the Red Oaks have been closed, they just been riding around the front and the backyard, which has been tearing up my grass. And I even tried to make an ATV trail in my backyard to substitute where sometimes you almost got to load up to go to another place about 45 minutes away. But I realized the kids enjoy that little trip with their father. For that weekend, it makes me feel as a proud soldier and a proud father. And I know that with this situation, we can definitely come to an agreement on how to work this thing out, because I understand what the other people are saying, the neighbors, about the noise. And I know if we can come to our hour certain times and things like that, it'll be definitely simplified. And I appreciate it a lot, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else before the applicant offers some rebuttal? Okay. Would you like to say anything regarding what you heard from?
I really don't. I think everyone has their own opinion. You know, they have that right.
Okay. Let me ask one question that I forgot. Where's that plot? Here. He's already got his book. All right, there's 4 pieces of land. And right now, you're using all 4 of these. Do you have any kind of contract with the other landowners?
That's all.
You own all of these?
Yes,
Okay.
it's 4 different farms.
And I see a lot of for sale signs stand there. None of these parcels are for sale? Or-
No.
Okay, because if they were, then that would upset the permit, okay, if you,
No, that's,
okay, all right.
doesn't have anything.
I just wanted to verify that. Thank you. Well, I'm sure we'll have some questions as we continue. All right, with that, we will close the public hearing. The time is 7:54. Okay. All right, as a special use permit, as you know, our obligation is to identify adverse effects and for those effects that we can mitigate and eliminate the adverse effect through conditions. If there's an adverse effect that we cannot mitigate, then we're obligated not to issue the permit. If all of the adverse effects can be mitigated, then we're obligated to issue the permit. So, with that said,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say, I'd like to open up my statement by saying this. Everyone has a right to the peaceful enjoyment of their property. Everyone. And I've done some research on this, and they mentioned the noise ordinance several times. The noise ordinance states in section 41 that the people of the county of Pittsylvania have a right and should be ensured of an environment free from excessive sound and noise pollution that may jeopardize the public health, welfare, safety, peace, and degrade the quality of life in Pittsylvania County. And that's a policy of the county of Pittsylvania to prevent such excessive noise and sound. So I think one of the adverse effects we have is a noise issue. ATVs leave the factory at 99 decibels, which already is higher than the noise ordinance, which says 57 decibels from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
That's at the property line.
Right, and that's a logarithmic scale. But should a positive motion be entertained, I feel like that compliance with the noise ordinance is a must. The hours of operation needs to be as recommended by the Planning Commission, that when it says start and end, that means start and end. You don't have someone come in at 5:45 and ride till 10 o'clock. They have to stop all running. I would recommend with the 450 acres that we consider a setback from the property lines. I said 500 feet, you said 150. Just something that'll give a barrier to the people, because we have an obligation to me, not only to the applicant, but we also have an obligation to the people in close proximity of this thing. And also would recommend there'll be no night riding. It's just, even if it's one person who has to listen to night riding at 4 o'clock in the morning.
But once a year?
Once a year.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. I mean, y'all
Okay, but I'm sure we'll, some number between 0 and whatever, we'll come up with something there for that. So.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Okay. Well, like mine, I've got a neighbor that when they have a party, my house is 4 feet underground, all right? When they have a party, my windows vibrate. But they do it once a year.
Yeah.
So I don't complain. They've asked me to come and join them, but I couldn't stand the noise.
Well, if you all agree once a year, there's not much I can do about that.
Well, we'll see when we get to the actual details, the nitty gritty of it. How about the days of the week? How many days should they operate?
Mr. Chairman, and if I could ask the question
Sure.
again to the applicant, what are the days applied for or requested? Let me ask it that way.
Typically are open Monday through Friday for weekday riding, but it just depends on if we get a call. Usually, we may get 1 to 2 calls a week, and like I said, it may be 3 to 5 riders. I work during the day, but my dad's retired now, mom's at home, so they just kind of work with their schedule. And usually those guys or girls, they're in and out in 4 or 5 hours.
So with that being said, I guess my my recommendation would be that we have set days. They may be Thursday through Sunday, after 1 o'clock on Sunday. Not come by when you can, not come by when it suits, because if you got 2 bikes down there every day, then you've got a racket every day. And
So 4 days a week, Thursday through Sunday, 10 to 6 and 10 to 8, except Sunday.
Except Sunday.
1 o'clock on Sunday.
1 to 6 or 8.
Well, depending upon whether it's daylight savings time.
The season. That's my thought, because if you don't have it written down, then it's difficult to enforce.
All right, so we say maintain and improve the vegetative buffer, there's some there already with it.
Well, the setback.
So, but how much setback? 50 yards, 100 yards? Football field, 100 yards?
I don't think 100 yards would be, that'd be 300 feet. think it'd be a good number to work with.
I can live with that.
Be kind of in between the 500 and 100.
It's 100 yards, it'd be 300 feet.
And you've got 450 acres to work with.
Night rides,
I'm hard.
they sure are popular.
I know
I
that.
feel like one night out of the year is not 900 reasonable. I mean, you know.
Should it go all night or till?
Well, no, we said, because if it's Saturday night, I think 3 AM would be the 2 AM.
Maybe I could live maybe with 2.
Night ride, here, 2 AM.
Interested in my none.
Sir?
Nothing, I'm telling you, so.
Okay. All right, and so noise is the big issue, and I think factory mufflers are gonna have to be required. And anybody that took them off can put them back on. Number one, it's a health risk. Anything over 85 decibels and your hearing damage occurs. And someone said, that they leave the factory at 99. I'm not sure of that, but
They do.
yeah.
I looked it up, I researched that.
Yeah.
99 decibels.
But, so, we'll let the, as far as the boundary noise, if we say comply with the noise ordinance, that, at the boundary, and then require the mufflers.
And the sheriff's office has a new meter that prints out exactly what the decibel is at the boundary line. They just got it, paid $2,000 for it.
For a while, all the meters were broken, so I'm glad to hear that. All right, so hours, days, we said, Thursday through Sunday. Obviously, control erosion, but the only way, once a year or so, we'd have to ask you to take your ATV down and take a ride, I guess. That'd be a reimbursable expense if you, now, the issue of camping, primitive camping only, they have a couple of porta potties, they have water, but primitive camping means tents, sleeping bags, no. Problem with, the reason RVs are not allowed is sooner or later, somebody's gonna dump their black water tank. And, so primitive camping only, night rides 1 per year, 2 AM, factory mufflers, maintain setback 300 feet, comply with health department regulations, comply with the noise ordinance, maintain vegetative buffer. Have we overlooked anything? Oh, add the, to the safety rules, never ride under the influence of alcohol or drugs.
Who's gonna be, allowed to enforce these rules?
Typically the neighbors.
Gonna let them in to check things out?
Never ride under the influence. Well, no, see, the county doesn't have a huge enforcement.
Yeah, but if we require them to drive sober.
Right.
And,
I'll make the sacrifice. I'll go down there once a year and check it out.
you be sober when you go to.
I believe me, I don't get on the road if I have of alcohol. Well, and see, that's the other thing. That's a good point. We could, on occasion, I say we, the county could ask for a deputy at closing time just to park in there and take a look. Okay, yes.
We actually do have some deputies that come in. They come in any time of day, just come in and ask us how things are going, if there's been any trouble.
Yeah.
They sit around, talk with some of the visitors and go on their way.
Do you have a coffee pot for them?
Or-
Of coffee.
Coffee if it's cold.
All right, well, we won't put that in as a, but that's, we're taking, something like this, we have to take a lot on faith that, because there's so many, I mean, we've written special use permits with 50 conditions. and the applicant accepted them, and I assume they're still living with them, because like I say, living with those, within those conditions, because we depend upon the public to a large extent for the enforcement, except when it comes to, like, health department and compliance, they have people go out and check periodically, but, is there anything we need to add to that before we consider penning a motion? All right, now what I'm gonna do is, first we're gonna put these conditions in the form of a positive motion, and then we'll decide, once you hear it in totality, we'll decide, do we issue a positive motion or a negative motion, okay? So, I'm gonna have to write fast. Well, I'll use this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, where's my, okay. Now, I'm gonna read these conditions, and then we'll ask the applicant if you can accept those conditions. Because some of them, like requiring factory mufflers, that's gonna upset a lot of drivers, they have to go back and, but I bet they still got them, because if, particularly depending upon where they go, other trails will require those. All right, so the motion, the positive motion would read, whereas J.D. Shelton and others have petitioned the Board of Zoning Appeals for a special use permit for recreational uses, ATV trails, and whereas we find no substantial detriment to adjacent property, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the ordinance, and whereas there are no significant adverse effects upon adjacent property that cannot be mitigated through conditions, I move the special use permit be granted with the following conditions. 1, primitive camping only. 2, night rides 1 per year that must end before 2 a.m. 3, normal hours of operation 10 to 6 in the winter, 10 to 8 in the summer. 4, factory mufflers are required. 5, the applicant's responsible for controlling erosion. And I don't think we can get, it'd be hard to get any more specific than that. Days of operation, Thursday through Sunday. And 6A. No Sunday operation before 1 p.m. Number 7, add to the rules, never ride under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Number 8, maintain setback maintain setback of 300 feet.
It's all property line.
Right. Number 9, comply with health department regulations. Number 10, comply with the county noise ordinance. And then number 11, maintain the vegetative barrier. That's going to be, we're not requiring them to plant anything more than just let what's there grow. Just maintain the vegetative barrier that's there.
Mr. Chairman, on that time, the regular hours, I'd like to see us change that time to daylight savings time and standard time rather than 1 on the summer, because that could be debatable.
Okay, so 10 to 6 Eastern Standard Time, 10 to 8 daylight savings time.
Right.
Okay.
And that would be no running after those times.
Right.
Let me make sure you understand that.
Would that be the positive motion? All right, we'll look at the negative motion in a second. Can you accept those conditions? Okay. All right, that would be a positive motion. Now, the negative motion is a lot simpler, whereas J.D. Shelton and others have petitioned the Board of Zoning Appeals for a special use permit for recreational uses, ATV trails, and whereas we do find substantial detriment that cannot be mitigated through conditions, that the character of the zoning district will be changed thereby, and that such use will not be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the ordinance, I move the use permit be denied. So there's your negative motion and your positive motion.
I move for positive.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, the positive motion as read has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the positive motion signify by raising your hand. And all opposed? You got that? I think that's a yes. Okay, so the motion passes. Thanks for coming out. We'll take a break before we start the next session. 10 minutes to let those who wish to leave.
I'll make some seating room.
Did you get it?
They haven't put it out yet, probably. I don't know that. Is the sign-up been out for the second session? Right here. I bet. Is that for the second set? Yeah. Oh, pal. All right. I'm gonna tell her she can't sign up. Hand it to me, please.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
They come up right.
You want to take a picture?
Yeah, I didn't see you back there. Where do you want me to sign? You learned anything tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yes. You can still, if you decide you want to say something, you don't have to sign.
All these people are gonna say something different.
Carrying on these long meetings like this, you're gonna need to bring in some fruit trees.
I know, some water,
Yeah.
some fruit, cheese. We haven't had one of these in a while. Did you want to take a picture? wasn't the one with JD?
Darryl?
Yeah. And that was everybody, right?
Yes.
Now, Ron.
Quick.
Trying to stick it to 3 minutes and had a couple of them low there, you know, I keep charged. When they walk up out, halfway to hell on a little shot pad, just 3 minutes.
Just push the button.
Ron, when you go
Yeah.
that was a Tuesday night. That's what you followed Don going in as a dog. You got baptized.
No, I'm bad.
Yeah, I got baptized. They had lights up on the stairs. Yelling at red light and everything. And Carson would be standing there talking. And I looked right at something. And every time that thing would go yelling.
Helen was scared to walk out by herself. I walked into a car. They were pretty ferocious.
I got bad mouth like that because I made the motion to let them set the office all the way before Trump.
Yeah, just a store. Just a store. That's the main thing.
Half of them got votes. All right, let's keep this party going.
And so this is the gentleman that's going to make the presentation on behalf of the applicant.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Mr. Chairman, put this crowd back in shape.
Waiting on the ladies. There was a long line at the ladies' room.
Oh, okay.
I was chauvinistic planning when I put in there.
Yes, sir.
That's not gonna work.
Once we close the public hearing? Yeah, that'd be fine. Slowing us down. You're slowing us down. I want to, election, the polls close at 7:30. I want to get home and see the returns. I'm not gonna make it.
No way.
Who's got a phone? I wonder if.
Both of my batteries had died. They would.
So you didn't hear a thing?
Oh, I heard all of it, but I was like, what? They completely different. They really do different. This one out so they
Yeah. How long do they last?
Like his.
3 months. So, and I opened the case at night, so that saves.
Yeah. Who can who can see well enough to replace the battery?
We have that
Or
trouble
do
at
you
church
charge-
all the time. People talking.
So you still see what?
So easy.
Now, this is gonna be, this is gonna be,
How many we got on?
3, 6, 9, 12, 15, say 20, 40, 50.
Get them rolling.
I am.
Give them a minute and a half each.
I'm cutting mine off, yeah. I'm short on
What they
mine.
doing?
Miss Glass.
I have a petition. Do you want me to pass it out now? I have to make it part of the record.
Just one copy of it. Just one copy.
If I had known.
There's a petition.
I had no idea.
Y'all have a good season.
Oh, well.
You want, it's got to be part of the record. Y'all want to look at it? You go ahead and pass it around. Y'all will be looking at it.
Either we gonna make friends or we gonna lose friends.
Hey, have inspections and the health department been out to this site?
No, he is aware, and I've got all of the information together, yes, of what's going to be required.
All right. Okay, everybody ready?
But no, they have not been out there.
Good. Okay. It's 4 again. Yeah.
You want me to tell them to take their seat?
Tell what? Who?
You want me to tell them to take their seat?
Oh, I can tell.
He can get them.
I never get to use it.
That is true.
Okay. We'll continue the public hearing. The case S-19-011, the public hearing is now open. Report,
The time.
8:23. Thank you.
Case S-19-011, Hope Center Ministries has petitioned for a special use permit on 5.96 acres located on State Road 861 Mountain Run Road in the Tunstall Election District for a residential addiction treatment group home. The Planning Commission recommended by a 5-to-1 vote with opposition that the petitioner's request be granted. The staff summary is enclosed in the board packet. Mr. Chairman, Travis Byrd is here to represent the petition.
How are y'all doing this evening?
Good. One moment, we have the press, and he would like to take a photograph.
Okay, fantastic. Would it be better to be act like I'm talking, maybe some hand motions? Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. He would also like everyone here in favor to stand. Okay, all right. I think you got it. Now, everyone opposed, please stand.
Somebody gonna take our picture?
Well, I would hope. Where do you go?
It's behind.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, please continue. And your name is?
My name is John Travis Bird. I prefer Travis. But I am the regional director of Hope Center Ministries for the state of Virginia, and I also serve as the campus director for our local center in Henry County, and that's Hope Center Axton. So we're obviously here tonight to ask the Board of Zoning Appeals to uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve Hope Center Ministries' application for a special use permit at 1070 Mountain Run Road. So in starting, everyone received a packet that's on the Board of Zoning. If you don't mind, just grab that for me right quick. And there's a lot of information there. A lot of it, obviously, you're not going to be able to have time to read prior to everyone speaking. But I would like to first point out in the packet on the front that it includes images of the home. So there's these small images here, or smaller prints, I should say. And what these are is they show the view from the road of our driveway. It shows surrounding area, shows pictures of the house, pictures taken from the house. And really what we're just trying to display there and present to you is the seclusion of the house. So this is almost a 6-acre lot. It's exactly what we want at Hope Center. It's a property that is secluded so our residents can focus solely on their recovery from addiction through a relationship with Jesus Christ. So I'll give you just a moment to look through those photos. My photography skills are not that great. So, on the left side of the folder, towards the back of the documents, here there are actually overhead shots of the home that were printed from Pittsylvania County's GIS. And as you will see there, the property in the middle of those shots, it states that it's 1070 Mountain Run Road. And of course, once again, just trying to display the great distance between our Hope Center and the surrounding residences. And this is to evidence that we have a private home that is basically, by design, out of sight and out of mind. Continuing to go through the brochure there. If you turn your attention to the Hope Center Ministries brochure, it's on the right side there. This brochure is just a bit out of date. You'll notice that when you open it and you don't see Cascade as one of our locations, but it does briefly describe Hope Center Ministries, and it's the brochure there that says you are not without hope, and our residents are not without hope. So I'll give you all a moment to continue looking through those documents. But as you read through that, I'll briefly describe to you Hope Center Ministries in my terms. So I believe Hope Center can be explained what we're doing in four adjectives. And that first one is that we are Christ-centered. That is the most important thing. If you don't hear anything else from me tonight, I want to make sure everybody hears this, and that's we are a Christ-centered recovery program. We are not a rehabilitation center. We are not even a treatment center. Special use permit may say that, but I would argue that. We are Christ-centered. Simply all we are doing is reaching out to these men and women, and women specifically for Cascade. Don't let me confuse that. It is solely a women's center. But we are reaching out to these women and helping them dig up the root issue that led to their addiction. No one woke up one day and said, hey, I'm going to begin to use heroin. I'm going to begin to use methamphetamines. I love these drugs more than I do my children. But that's happened. There's been a root issue in their life that's led to that addiction. And so we're trying to pull up that root. When you pull up a root, it leaves a void. I usually fill it, and my wife tells me to go fill that void with dirt in the yard. Well, the only thing that can fill the void in our life is Jesus Christ. And I believe that wholeheartedly. And so that's what we're there to do. That's why I say we're just a recovery program. I told a reporter earlier today we are a church that is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And to be a member, you must be addicted to drugs or alcohol. And I say that facetiously, but that's basically what we're doing. We're doing Bible studies. We're doing prayer. We're doing devotions, holding people accountable for their actions. So we are Christ-centered. Number two, we are a work therapy program. One thing that was brought up multiple times with the Planning Commission, and I'll touch on now, was who are these women and where are they from? We currently have 11 residents in our home. 7 are from the state of Tennessee, and I'll explain why that is in just a moment. We have 1 from Roanoke, and then we have 2 from Henry County and 1 from Martinsville. And we're currently, once we get past this, hopefully we'll be able to start looking into the Pittsylvania County, Danville area. But why do we have 7 women from Tennessee? Let me briefly describe the 2 reasons behind that. Number one, it is a decision that we made when we open a center. What good would it do if we admitted 5 women that had never been in recovery, and they come into this program and they're by themselves? Not by themselves, but they're with a staff member. They don't have any peers that know anything about the program. It would be hard for that director of the program to establish the DNA of the center, if you will. So what we decided is when we open these centers, we will establish leaders from other centers. We actually have, since last week, the numbers changed. We now have 16 Hope Centers worldwide. We just opened one last week in another state. But we had women transfer from centers in Tennessee out to this center to serve as leaders in that home, along with the full-time director who lives there with the women. It is also a financial reason behind that. I'll just tell you a quick story to be transparent. In Axton at our Hope Center, when I arrived in November of 2018, we were $30,000 in the hole. So I'm sure a lot of you are businessmen, and $30,000 in the red is a scary number. And a big reason for that was when we opened Axton, we opened with just new residents. New residents spend their first 45 days in the center, serving in what's called Phase 1. Phase 1, we're digging up that root issue. They're not going to work. They're not generating any type of income. We are the most affordable recovery program, I would say, in the country. I don't have statistics to back that up, but that's my thought process. It only costs $700 to enter our program. So how in the world do we come up with the other $17,300 it costs? Well, they have to go to work. That's how they pay for their recovery, because we don't want money to be anything that stops someone from changing their life. Cumberland Heights in Nashville, Tennessee is $22,000 for 28 days of treatment. Hope Center is $700 for 12 months. And so we're able to do that through the work therapy program. And that's the second 38 weeks. That's Phase 2. It's where our residents go to work in our community 40 hours a week. Our women currently work at KDH Defense Systems in Eden, North Carolina. And all of their money comes back into the ministry to help house them, feed them, provide transportation. A lot of times women come in with no clothes whatsoever, and that's going to pay for those things. So that's how we're self-sufficient. That's why we brought the ladies from Tennessee. They can immediately start working, generating some income. We can stay out of the hole, keep the doors open, keep providing hope for those who are hopeless. Thirdly, we are a live-in program. We do have 24-hour-a-day, 7 days a week coverage. At our Women's Center, Tanya Walker is our director. She has worked for Hope Center Ministries, or been involved with Hope Center Ministries for 3 years, and Tanya lives in the house. So when you walk into the home, the front door, there is a loft. Tanya's office is there, her bedroom is right next to it, and her bathroom's in the middle. So all the women live on the main floor or in the basement. So Tanya's with them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we are a live-in program. And finally, we're a long-term program. Long-term meaning that in length, it lasts 12 months. I have many people under the sound of my voice and behind me that have battled addiction for 40 years. If I've been battling something for 40 years, it's not going to be fixed in 30 days. It's not going to be fixed in 60 days or 90 days. It takes time for a mind to begin to change, a lifestyle to begin to change, and to begin to correct those thought processes in daily living. So in a full year, you see a much better success than you do in a short-term program, and I'll provide a little information on that in just a moment. But before we open the floor to other constituents, I would like to read a letter, and I'm not going to read the entire letter, but a letter of support that was drafted by the Commonwealth Attorney for Martinsville in Henry County, and his name is Andrew Nestor. Keep in mind that Hope Center Ministries program is run in Henry County and has not had any community issues, not a single one, in 2.5 years of existence. So what we're doing in Pittsylvania County and Cascade is not the folks of Cascade are not be treated as a test experiment or a test dummy. We have a program that is tried and true, that has proven successful in 2.5 years in Henry County, and we want to start to see that change happen in Pittsylvania County. But on the second page, third paragraph on the second page, sixth paragraph total, Andrew Nestor writes, as previously noted, my office has had a very good experience in working with this program for the past 2 years. We have firsthand witnessed multiple lives changed and broken individuals placed on a path to success by getting treatment for their drug or alcohol addiction. Had this program not been available to these individuals, these people likely would not have received the residential treatment and help that they needed at a critical time in their life. So as you can see, Hope Center is not a danger to any community, but the exact opposite. Drug use is rampant in Pittsylvania County, Henry County, Virginia, the United States, the entire world. And Hope Center Ministries is a tool. It's a tool that is being used by God to restore lives, families, and communities. If we, meaning me and you, do not do something about it, then who will? Hope Center has a model that is tried and true. Many people have said over the last week that if you are an addict, then you will always be an addict. Our statistics show that that is nothing more than a fallacy. When you look at Hope Center as a whole, over the last 12 years of this ministry being in existence, for those who graduate our program, 58% are still sober today. And some of them are here tonight and will share their story. But this is an overwhelming success rate, especially when you consider that the national average for recovery programs is less than 10% for traditional treatment centers. We hope to continue to implement God's program, not Travis's program, not Hope Center, but God's program for those in Pittsylvania County. Finally, please look at the image on the left. It's the one there with the young lady and with her son on the left side of her packet. This is an image of Tabitha Gibbs. And Tabitha is a resident of Hope Center Ministries Cascade. And that is her son. So notice that the decisions that are made tonight not only affect Hope Center and the women that are benefiting from the program, but also for their families and for their children. Please consider upholding the recommendation of the Planning Commission to approve Hope Center Ministries of the special use permit. At this time, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, you have, this was a private residence that you purchased?
That is correct.
And how many bedrooms?
5 bedrooms.
5 bedrooms.
Yeah.
So you plan to have how many?
The home is 4,179 square feet. Based on what I'm reading in fire codes, you can place 1 to every 200 square feet, which would put the capacity, I believe, at 20. I would say that our goal is probably somewhere between 16 and 18. The number I stated last week was 16 to 20. We're nowhere close to that at this point. We're at 11. So once we get past, there's been a lot of preparation put into tonight, but once we get beyond this, we'll certainly be contacting fire marshals and making sure that we're in compliance with that. But I know we're in compliance at 11.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's probably, looking at the building code, depending upon the category of the building.
Okay.
In all likelihood, you're limited to 16 by the building code.
Okay.
But I'm not the inspector. We'll address that because I think we will be asking for inspections from the health department and
Fantastic.
enforcement. And,
Yep.
but it would be viable if indeed you were limited to 16. It would still be a viable facility.
Most definitely. Our our model shows for us to break even. We're a nonprofit. That's all we're trying to do is keep the doors open. 12 residents would give us what we need in order to pay our mortgage, pay our electric bill, trash pickup, all that good stuff. So 12 residents working would be sufficient. So yeah, 16. I'd love to have. Yeah, it doesn't matter what I'd love to have, does it? But 16 would be sufficient.
Is this a voluntary program?
Yes, sir. It is a voluntary program. Every woman that is currently enrolled or ever will be enrolled goes through an admissions process where there's extreme vetting done. But yes, they are coming voluntarily. I want to make one thing very, very clear, and I always make it clear. It doesn't matter who I'm talking to. Hope Center is not a place for people who need recovery. It is a place for people who want recovery. And so, of course, everyone's going to tell us they want recovery. But we have a very experienced staff. Our admissions coordinator has been doing this longer than any of us. And so he goes through a vetting process. Then they're vetted by our director, Tanya, as well. But yeah, it's all voluntary. They choose to come.
Are there any residents now, or will they be residents who are there under the protective custody?
Explain what you mean by protective custody.
They have a protective custody where somebody can't visit and all this kind of stuff.
Right, talking about who can visit the home. So, for example, our men and women come in, we put them through a long admission process, and in that admission process, they identify 5 individuals, only 5, who can visit them on Friday nights, because families can visit from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Friday nights. And they can also, after they're there for 30 days, they can visit the home on Sunday afternoons until 4 p.m. But other than that, families are not allowed to visit. We really don't have any visitors anyway. But anyway, those 5 family members must be approved by the staff. I have had residents in my men's center. I will speak to that a lot because that's where my experience is, same program being run, but whose parents are in active addiction. I'm aware of that, and I ask them to leave. And they are respectful of that, and they do not come back. And then if they have 90 days worth of clean time and I interview them, then we could look at possibly inviting them back to the home. But the residents who are there, in all cases, I don't want those family members nearby because they're looking to get help. They're not looking to be around those same people, places, and things that led to their addiction. Yes, sir.
Are any applicants or residents, are they court-placed there?
Yes, sir. A lot of them do have court criminal records and court things that go along with it. For example, I had a resident one time who was alcoholic. He actually was working on his PhD degree. So these are very normal people, but try not to use his name. But he had got his second DUI offense, and the judge recommended that if he put him in jail for 12 months, which is the maximum sentence for a second charge on a DUI, said that there's nothing rehabilitative going on in that jail. He said, I'm going to put you in jail for 12 months. We're basically going to pause your life. You're going to go back out, and you're going to keep getting drunk. Because there's nothing rehabilitative happening in our jails, unfortunately. There may be a few things. But he said, I would rather see you go into some type of treatment program to avoid those 12 months in jail and get the help that you need. And if you must complete that program, if you don't complete the program, then you will serve that time. So there's an example of what we're looking at in terms of charges and people being quote-unquote court-ordered.
Is any of them there now, court-ordered?
Oh, most definitely. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But court-ordered in the sense that that's the alternative to prison?
Yes, but they're still going to reach out to us. The resident is, and so, and our admissions coordinator is here tonight, and he can maybe answer that question better than I can. But we'll go into the jails sharing, the good news of Jesus Christ, and they'll come to us and say, well, I'm interested in your program. I have court coming up. I really want to get some help. And then we'll talk to their lawyer. We'll talk to the Commonwealth Attorney. If you'll read that letter, we have a very good relationship with the Commonwealth Attorney, also with the sheriff, and that's part of our vetting process. The Commonwealth Attorney will make a recommendation. He's put in this letter, and it's so important to me, that letter, because he explains our relationship on the legal side. He says, if I recommend that this person is not a good fit, because I know their criminal record, I know their family, I know all these things about it, that's my job, he will recommend that we do not take them, and we adhere to that recommendation.
What's the history of drug use within any of your facilities? Are drugs ever snuck in, or
have drugs ever been snuck in to the facility?
Yes,
We have dismissed individuals, not in Cascade, but we have Hope Center as a whole over 12 years. So yes, we have dismissed people for drug and alcohol use. We do urinary drug screening. We have a breathalyzer. We also have a saliva test for alcohol, and we do those tests at least every 15 days, if not more. But I would point one more thing, just that, just speaking, just the magnitude of what we're trying to combat here. In 2017 in the United States, and this is true of Henry County too, I don't have statistics for Pittsylvania County, more people died of drug overdose than of breast cancer. And that's not something I made up, that's something we have in a grant, we've done our research, but more people died of drug overdose than breast cancer. So that's why I'm here, is no one's doing anything, and something has to be done. And the only answer I have is Jesus.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
We'll proceed to hear from the public, and then you'll be given the opportunity to rebut.
Okay.
And then we'll close the public hearing. Now, so we're done with you for the
I
moment.
would just ask if there was anything specific that comes up regarding policies, procedures of the program itself. There's only 4 of us here that actually, or 5 of us that work for the program. If those could be addressed to me just for accuracy, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
But just policies, procedures, in the planning commission it came up, can families visit? Well, I was able to provide clarification that it's 5 family members who are, they go through a vetting process.
Okay.
So something as a staff member.
Now, as you come forward, we've got about 50 people signed up, 3 minutes apiece. So I would ask you, if you simply wish to state support, then just say that. Try not to be repetitive. We need to hear it once and make a record of it, and then, but you are given the opportunity to speak. We're not gonna, you have your 3 minutes if that's what it takes, but, I see a lot of people have got a long way to drive tonight, so, let's get out of here as quickly as we can, okay? After having done an adequate job of presenting this case. All right. Sue Fowler. And after Sue will be Don Fowlers.
I'm Sue Fowler. I live next door at 1830 Mountain Run Road in Cascade. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'm visually impaired, so bear with me. I've got a few notes. First off, I have to be honest. I'm a Christian, first and foremost. God teaches us to love one another. However, I will say this. I feel like my rights are being trampled on as a property owner, a taxpayer in Pittsylvania County. And I believe you all first said that it was your jobs to take care of the residents of Pittsylvania County for our health, our safety, our welfare, et cetera, et cetera. Correct me if I've misquoted something. I just heard sort of like a sermon, and I heard it last week too, and I feel like if I wanted to hear a sermon, I'd go to church. What I want to hear about is how this is going to affect me, my community, my family, our children that live there, our future generations I'm concerned about, my safety. Am I safe in my own home or outside of my home? I had the opportunity to visit the treatment center last week. I met the director, her name was Tanya, and I asked her just face to face, how can you tell me, can you promise me, guarantee me that I'm not going to be killed, my throat won't be cut, to be robbed, to take anything that I might own, to get drugs? Because it is not a fallacy that once you're an addict, you're always an addict. And if you don't believe it, give an alcoholic a shot. That's all it takes. If you have a heroin addict, give them a fix. That's all it takes. They might have the desire not to do it, but that need will stay with them till the day they die. That's just the truth and the fact of the matter. So I worry about those kind of things. I'm by myself a lot of times. My husband works out of town. Lady that lives across the street from me, her husband's a long-distance truck driver. She's worried also. How do we know that we're safe? And I asked Tanya, the director there, and she says, I can't tell you that you're going to be safe. I said, well, what's to keep these women in here? There's no locks, there's no guards, there's no security. She said, nothing. They can walk out whenever they want to. Well, I don't feel safe. And I noticed that when we came in the parking lot at the courthouse here today, there was barbed wire around the jail. And I do know that the majority of these women are there, yes, because they want to be there.
You can start wrapping up.
Okay, they want to be there, but they're there in lieu of going to jail. So what they're trying to paint for you is not really the whole subject. I'm worried about our traffic situation, our noise, and I'm worried about the devaluation of our property. But the biggest thing that I'm worried about is the safety
Okay, let me
of
ask you a
our
question. Who
family
are you
and
afraid of,
homes.
the residents or
Yes,
the
the
visitors?
residents.
Or
Well,
residents?
both, actually.
Well-
Because how do we know that a resident's boyfriend, husband, friend is not gonna say, well, I'll plant you something under the dumpster or under a rock? I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
But we just don't want those kind of people in our family neighborhoods. Why not open a jail
Okay,
ministries?
that's fine. You've had your
Okay.
5 minutes, so.
Thank you very
yeah,
much.
I'm sure we'll hear some more. Thank you. Don Fowler.
Well, I'm Don Fowler, I'm Sue's husband, and as she mentioned, we lived right beside the property where they're trying to get a special permit for. Mr. Bird is a slick speaker. I'm sure he does this all the time. I'm not. I'm just a taxpayer. But I'm gonna tell you this. He misinformed you just a little bit ago when he told you that Commonwealth's Attorney Haskins is all for this. That's not the case. That is absolutely not the case. As a matter of fact, he lives at Walnut Creek, and he was one of the speakers. He and his wife spoke against this. If he's for it, why did he speak against it then? This is real good. I think people need a second chance, but not in my neighborhood when I'm the person that's next door that might have a problem with these people. As my wife spoke a minute ago, Tanya told us that you gotta have faith that these people that can come and go, they don't have locks on the doors, they don't have ankle bracelets on, they have nothing to keep them on the property if they choose to leave. A lot of these people are there it's not by court order. Tanya told us that they had a working relationship with the jail where they're gonna try to get more people to go to their facility in lieu of staying in jail. I know it costs the taxpayers money to keep people in jail. I know we don't have a women's facility in jail here in Pittsylvania County. We send our ladies to Lynchburg. And the reason I know that is I talked to Commonwealth Haskins. He told me exactly what the deal is on this. It costs $35 a day to keep a person in jail. At least that's what we pay the people in Lynchburg. I'm not concerned about the dollar, man. I'm concerned about the safety of myself, not so much me, but for my wife. I lived in Danville for 20 years, and we left Danville because of the crime. People that lived behind me and beside me were robbed. We had people in our yard in the middle of the night. I've called the cops on numerous occasions. We sold our house in Sandy Shores, which is off Westover Drive. We moved out in the country where we bought 5 acres of land, and we want peace and quiet. I don't want to have to go back through the same thing that we had before. I'm 73 years old. I'm too old for this crap. These people have got a lot of good ideas on what they want to do. They're sending people here from Tennessee. That's great. Tennessee's a pretty big state. They've got facilities out there. They ought to keep them out there, in my opinion. And the only thing I'm concerned with is my opinion. The main goal of the United States government is to protect its citizens. I am a citizen. You guys on this committee right here, you are my local government. It's up to y'all to protect us. Again, if Mr. Haskins doesn't think it's very safe, and he spoke out against it, why would it be safe for us?
Okay, thank you. Now, as we proceed, please address facts that you know. Second, third-hand information is not much use to us. And because of the time limitation, try to get your points in first before you preach to us, okay?
Could you tell me where?
Now, so next we'll hear from Rob Donnelly.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Donnelly. I am the recovery coordinator for the Men's Hope Center in Axton, Virginia. One of my roles is to see these guys when they first come in the door, broken, beat down, and given up on by society, and being labeled as one of those people. In my own life, I was one of those people at one time. I battled addiction for 15 years. Ended up having to go to prison, served 7 years, found the love of Jesus Christ in prison, and totally changed my life. So today, I don't label myself as an addict anymore. I'm free in Christ. There is hope. There is hope, and that's everything that we pour into the guys at the Hope Center. We pour in Jesus Christ. We pour in recovery, 12 steps. We pour in everything that they're going to need that has been proven not only in my own life, but for many other people that have found the love of Christ, that has recovered and are completely free from drugs and alcohol today. Several things. I've been with the Hope Center about 3 years, not completely on staff, but I started volunteering there as soon as I got out of prison. And one of the things that I've noticed there is as soon as the guys come in, as soon as they start that process, you start to see hope within their lives. You start to see confidence building back up. You start to see them to start to set goals within their life, something that they never had before. And in this room tonight, there's probably 30-some people representing our Women's Center as far as residents, Women's Center and Men's Center. Tonight, I know they're not out on the street. Tonight, I know that they're in a safe place. Tonight, I know that they're not committing crimes to get that next fix. Tonight, I know that they're going to lay down their head in peace tonight and not wonder where they're going to get that drug from. Tonight, I know where they're at. And if it wasn't for Hope Centers, if it wasn't for a place to share the love of Christ, who knows where they would be tonight? Who knows? So we cannot afford in our communities to not have the Women's Center in Cascade. Because if we don't, that's just more opportunities for crime. There's more opportunities for people to do all kinds of things that come with addiction. In my own life, it was robbing a store. That's what I did. That's what I had to do to get my addiction, get my fix. But I just want to, close up tonight by saying we need this center. We need to continue this because if not, where are these people going to go? I didn't have a Hope Center back when I was going through it. So I just, please consider tonight, we need this. Thank you.
Brooke Mason. And after Brooke is Trexler?
Molly Trexler.
After Brooke is Molly Trexler. So Molly,
How are
get
y'all
ready.
doing?
But now you're Brooke.
Yes, sir. My name is Brooke Mason, and I'm here tonight because I fully support the Women's Hope Center and Hope Center Ministries as a whole. After reading the article in the paper, I was honestly appalled at the comments about these women. The women in the center are just like you and I. They're regular people. They may have made bad decisions in the past, but don't we all? We have all been through things, but we fall short. But we have a loving, grace-giving Father who put each and every one of us here for a specific reason. My question to you tonight is, how can you be okay taking away a woman's chance at restoring their lives, restoring their families, and taking away their opportunity to make a difference with their story of how they broke the chains of addiction and are in recovery? What if it was your sister, your daughter, or your mother that was battling this addiction, and when she needed help, and it was in your backyard, but you took that chance away from her? The comment was made, it's too bad these people aren't moving in next to y'all, but the thing is, I would take them in with open arms because they're human beings. Another comment was made that I think these people deserve a second chance, but somewhere else, not in my neighborhood. But I can't think of a better place for it to be because it is so evident that God is moving into areas that need his presence the most. Yes. And I can't think of anywhere else it needs to be. Okay. If you love your neighbor as yourself, then you should love these women like you love your family because they are children of God just like you and I. And the enemy is trying to stop God from moving, but God's already won this battle and worked it out. We're just here to show the love and support. And I hope after tonight, God moves in your lives to give these women a home where they can grow into the women that God created them to be. And if you've never loved an addict or you've never had somebody battle addiction that you know, you're very fortunate because these women sitting in this room, they deserve a second chance. It could have been me.
Okay.
And that's my honest opinion, and I'm very passionate about this, and I hope that God moves.
Well, we're very passionate about our county zoning ordinance, and that's what we're here to enforce. So,
Amen.
Hello. Name?
My name is Molly Trexler.
Okay, Molly.
My brother had a 10-year battle with addiction, and he's one of the most loving men ever. He would never hurt anyone. He was in a bad accident, and in the process was prescribed a lot of pain medication that started our family's journey with addiction. Because you see, it's not just the addict's life, it's the whole family. There is hope, there is recovery, and thank God there is restoration. My brother walked through the Hope Center doors, and because of the amazing people that love and support these addicts, my family has seen restoration and gained another family through the Hope Center. I never once felt unsafe while being around the residents of the center. The recovery is real. My brother is clean, sharing his story with others, and just became a father for the first time. If addiction hasn't touched your life, I am so happy for you, but 130 Americans die from an overdose every day. We have to do something. We are raising a generation of children who are losing their parents to opioids. I stand behind and believe in everything the Hope Center is doing in our community. I hope tonight no sister or parent or child has to try and go to sleep knowing that their loved one will not have a place at the Hope Center, because if so, we have astronomically failed them. Who are we to try and prevent recovery from happening? If it was your child, your brother, your loved one fighting for their life, you would feel differently. Don't take that hope away from those families. My heart hurts so badly for the families worrying now that their family may not have access to affordable recovery. Who has $22,000 just to shell out for 28 days? Because I know we didn't. And for $700, I got my brother back. He went through a year-long program, and he is clean and doing well. And all of these people in this room have that opportunity if we keep these doors open. Thank you.
Eric McMillan. And after Eric is Mr. Burson, MJ, maybe?
Hey, I'm Eric McMillan, and I'm here. Looks like y'all got to listen to a lot of opinions tonight, and I'm here to just give you 100% fact. I live within a quarter of a mile of the Men's Hope Center. I didn't really know how I felt about it at the beginning. I've never been affiliated or close to one. In 2.5 years, I've not had one problem. I run a business there, live there. I got 3 kids under the age of 12, little girls. I've employed 5 of the Hope Center residents at my business that's there. I've not had one even inkling of a concern, a problem, a theft, an argument, anything out of line, anything that made me feel the least bit insecure about where I live or my family's safety.
Okay, thank you. MJ Burson? Did I say that right?
I think he was a gentleman that spoke for the racetrack.
That's what it said, Burson. Yep.
Okay, so we're going to strike Mr. Burson. Perhaps he was here for the other.
I think he was a gentleman with the pictures of his kids.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it was. Yeah. All right. Bella Pierman?
It's Becca Pierman. I am a 36-year-old wife and mother of 2. I am the business administrator over 7 major radio stations in the market. My husband is a longtime employee at FedEx. Together, we own a beautiful home in a nice neighborhood in the northwest side of Greensboro. We're highly involved in our church. We financially partner with and volunteer with several nonprofits in our community. I drive a Toyota minivan, and we have a Labradoodle. We are your typical all-American middle-class family. But I'm here tonight to let you know that my life hasn't always looked like that. In fact, it's only because of a program like the Hope Center that I was given a second chance to make something of myself. See, I spent most of my adult life in addiction. Everything from smoking pot to sticking a needle in my arm. I've totaled 4 cars. I've dropped my daughter off at daycare and forgotten to pick her up. I've lost job after job, and I've been with one man to the next. Needless to say, I have quite the past, but my past does not define me. See, that whole once an addict, always an addict thing, it's just simply not true. In fact, it's a lie. It's a lie that I believed for a long time. It's a lie that kept me bound up, and it's a lie that kept me sticking a needle in my arm, because at 30 years old, there's just no hope for me. I went to a 28-day program. I'd been to Galax to detox, and still, I was here in Danville and Shadowwood sticking a needle in my arm. Because addiction is everywhere. It's in your nice neighborhoods. It's in your bad neighborhoods. It doesn't matter if you're rich, poor, black, white, young, old. It doesn't matter. It's everywhere. I needed something different. See, I knew how to get clean. I had to stop using drugs. But I needed someone to show me how to live without drugs. And Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. See, instead of, hello, my name is Becca and I'm an addict, it's I am Becca, a new creation in Christ. I am fearfully and wonderfully made. I am an overcomer created in His image with a plan and a purpose. It's knowing what your Creator says about you, not what the world says. See, these programs teach a way of life, how to be a friend, how to receive love, how to give love, how to cook and clean. My husband will tell you that program made you real wifey material. These programs dig deep into a person's heart to get to the root issue of the problem. You talk through these hurts and these wounds and allow God to heal you from the inside out. It focuses on a heart change, which leads to behavioral change, and that is proven to have long-term results. I totally get the concerns about security, and you're right, there's no one wearing an ankle bracelet because these women choose to be here. They long for a fresh start. They long for pure joy. I think that's what everyone wants in life, just to be happy. But see, true joy comes from the Lord. It's the joy that will sustain you even in hard times. It's the joy that kept me smiling last year when I gave birth to a 1-pound baby. Because see, life in recovery is gonna happen. And you have to be ready, and you have to have the tools, and you have to know how to use those tools. And that's the key, having the wisdom and knowledge to know how to use the tools, and that takes time. That's why the program is 12 months long.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gerald Lyons. Now, what we need to hear are adverse effects upon adjoining property that would prevent us from issuing this permit. It's like many of you are trying to convince us of the good, and okay, we got the message, we understand. But we need to hear about the operation of the facility, its impact on adjoining property, and how we can make sure that our zoning ordinance is applied properly and equitably to this function. You don't need to convince us of the value of the Hope Center. I think we've heard that message, okay? But it's your 3 minutes. Use it however you see best.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Gerald Lyons. I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm currently a resident of Hope Center, Axton. Since the age of 12, I used drugs, been in and out of juvenile homes, jails, and prisons. On Christmas Eve 2018, an investigator with the Sheriff's Department arrested me. Roughly a month later, that same investigator handed me a Bible as I sat in my cell. But little did I know my life was about to change dramatically. I was introduced to Hope Ministries, a good friend and mentor, Eric McMillan, and Compassion Church. Today, I'd like to tell you that addicts can change. I've been drug-free going on a year now. That investigator that arrested me yesterday, I'd stand in front of a bullet for today. He also was a great friend and mentor of mine. Not to mention, my relationship with my wife, kids have been restored. I have a wonderful job as an automotive tech, and the same service vehicles that respond to your emergencies or distress, I had a hand in helping them to get there safely. I'm proof that addicts can change and get back to their community. These ladies have took their first step. Let's help them take their next. Who knows, one of them might be the next nurse that saves your life.
Okay, thank you. Douglas Harris.
Hi, my name's Douglas Harris. Out of the last 25 years, I've been locked up 14 of it, 3 of it here. After I complete the Hope Center, will be my 15th year being incarcerated. I've had reentry programs, probation programs. Nothing works but Jesus Christ. And the program, Travis, the staff, Tanya, she's strict on the girls because we worked around them, and she's tough. And it's a good program all the way around. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Austin Stable, and then David Adams. Is David here? Okay, thank you. We had a David Adams in the last hearing too, that's why. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Austin Stable. I'm an 8-month resident at the Hope Center, and I'm there on my own free will. I've never been convicted of a crime, but yet I live with 23 men who do. I've never once been harmed, never once felt threatened. Instead, I got 23 brothers I'd take a bullet for today, and I trust my own 2 little girls. I got a 7 and 5-year-old daughter. Without the Hope Center, I'd probably be dead of my addiction. My kids would be fatherless. I wouldn't have the opportunity I got today. Hope Center's provided me with a college opportunity, and has raised me to be a leader in my community, a community that's struck with addiction. I don't see why there couldn't be an opportunity for that to happen in Pittsylvania County. Thank you.
Thank you. And after David is Bobby Greer. Good evening.
My name is David Adams. I'm a Hope Center resident recovering my life that I damaged, including others around me, because of my self-centeredness, until one day I realized that I had lost everything I ever loved, so I had to make a choice to continue down the same road or make a change. So I decided to make that change. I saw an opportunity at the Hope Center, so here I am in the process of bettering myself, also attending college. But one issue we have is no one likes the fact that addicts are running the streets, committing crimes, but no one is helping the problem. A lot of people have never had hope or a chance to better themselves, so this is an opportunity of a lifetime to save lives and mend families. And I know it's hard for people to stand up for something they never been through, and I congratulate you on never having an addiction. But if you can have a decision ever in your life to change something, here's the chance to give these women a chance to make the right things in their life so they can rebuild their families like the ones you're trying to protect.
Thank you. Mr. Greer? And then Jerry Harper after Mr. Greer. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Bobby Greer. I'm not going to tell you about myself, but I am going to tell you about the situation with my mother. I grew up as a child of an addicted mother. Watched her go through every program from North Carolina all the way up to D.C. None of them worked. It was all short-term programs. She battled with addiction my entire life. My mother went to a program because there was not one in our area, all the way in Gaston County, North Carolina. That was when she changed her life. My mother now, to this day, is not an addict. Just like Becca said, she's an overcomer. I think of myself as an overcomer. I think if we would have had a program in this area 20 years ago when I was a child that my mother could have went to, she would have not been in addiction for all those years. Yes, some of us addicts, so-called, are violent people, been in and out of prisons, been in and out of jails. Yes, I have tattoos. Yes, I've done things that I'm not proud of. Today, I am not an addict. I'm an overcomer. I say that in this area, we need more women's programs so that children like me, as a child, didn't have to grow up being in that same environment. I never knew. I never did not know what drugs was my entire life. If my mother would have had a program to go to in Cascade, Pittsylvania County, Henry County, maybe that would have changed something. Yes, I made my own choices, but let's put this program into place, let it go through, and then maybe we won't have that problem again. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Is it Harper, is that right? Harper. Harper.
So my name is Jerry Harper. Grew up in an affluent family. I went to a university. I'm university educated, and I have an advanced practice nursing degree. I also used to be a heroin addict. When I came to the Hope Center 2.5 years ago, I had absolutely no hope. But now, instead of going back to healthcare, since I graduated from the program, I began working with the program, and I changed my entire career path. To speak towards the other properties around the Hope Center, I live in the Hope Center in Axton with these guys. I supervise them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we have had 0 complaints in the last 2 years from any neighbor, none. We've had no crimes committed by these guys while they're in the program. And, all the neighbors around there, they have nothing but good things to say about the program. We're attached to a church. The church has had no ill effects from the guys living there. And, without the program, I wouldn't be a contributing member of society again. So I ask you guys to consider that.
Okay.
Thank you.
David Craddock.
Good evening. My name is David Craddock. I am also a citizen of Pittsylvania County, tax-paying, law-abiding person. I've spent the entire part of this day trying to empathize with the folks that are the neighbors of the Hope Center and trying to understand what they're going through. And I want to say that I do understand. I am here in support of the Hope Center, and I want to try to calm some of the fears that they might have because they don't know. And I think that's probably the biggest fear that everyone has, is they don't know. But I have grown to know and to love the ladies that are at the Hope Center. They go to church with us. I was also concerned when they first said the Hope Center ladies are going to be coming to church. I didn't know what to expect. I'd never met anyone like that. And I started to get to know them, and I realized that they are simply human beings just like everyone else. That these ladies are wonderful. They're talented. They're mothers, they're sisters, they're daughters. They have children. They're talented. There's a hairdresser, there's a CNA, there's a receptionist, they're a phlebotomist, just normal people that made bad decisions and that have been under some terrible circumstances. But I trust them around my children. My daughter is 9 years old, and she's sitting back there tonight because she wanted to be here to support those ladies. Last Saturday, she sat down and wrote a letter to each and every one to tell them how much she loved them and supported them. My wife is a mentor to one. She absolutely loves her. They participate in our church activities. We participate in their lives because we want them to have a better life, and we want them to see the love of God. And I understand that folks can say, I'm a Christian, and they can get up here and preach and all of that kind of thing, and you all don't want to hear that, and that's okay. But I'm just here to tell you that the fear is within us, not within them. They know the Lord, and they're not fearful. And I think the only violence or anything that you would ever have is to take them away from one another because they love each other so much. So I just ask that you keep them intact, keep them together, allow them to have this beautiful home and this beautiful property that they're on, and allow them to continue the work that they're doing. And I was insulted for last week and this week as some of the opposition kept saying these people. But I do know that Jesus said, whatever is done to the least of these, you have done to me. And whatever you have not done to the least of these, you have not done to me. And so if that's what these people are, then I'm okay with that. Okay.
What is that? Sean McCarter?
Sean M. Carter.
Sean M. Carter.
Sharon Carter.
That's close enough.
We'll take a little bit.
Yeah. Doesn't seem. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Monsanto Carter. I'm the wife of Isaac Carter. He is a member at Hope Center Axton. And I just want to say these people or those people are us. We are college graduates. We have 2 children, one working for a Fortune 500 company, one going to college right now to be an engineer. This is our life. Addiction, we went through marriage 25 years, and addiction did not grab hold of us until we had tragedies. By God's grace, please thank God that you guys have not been caught up in addiction. It's totally different. As far as the Women's Center, there's no women's centers here. We need a women's center here. These women have the right to be able to raise their kids, be around their kids, be a part of their kids' lives. And I'm not saying that we all don't have tragedies, we do, but everybody handles tragedies different. My husband has been restored. Faith has been restored. Like I said, my husband, we are college graduates. He owned his own business. We have our own homes. We have everything that everybody else here has. Addiction got us. Addiction has no ethnicity on it. It has no age on it. It has no professional career on it. It has anything. As I say, by God's grace, If you haven't been affected by addiction, if anybody around you hasn't been affected by addiction, be thankful.
Okay. Thank you. Robbie Grona? Do we have a Robbie? I guess we do.
Good evening. My name is Robbie Grona.
Okay.
I guess I'm one of those people too. I'm a 6-time felon. I've been battling addiction for 10 years. I lost hope in myself before the Hope Center. I'm court-ordered technically, not, but I chose to come here. You can choose 2 different things. Nobody has to. You have to go to jail. You don't have to come to the Hope Ministries. We're here because we want to be here. We want to change. And that's only through the grace of God and the people that he put in place for that. I'm here to stand up for the Hope Center and the Hope Center, the Women's Hope Center. We need them. They rely on us as we rely on them. I don't have kids myself, but I have a dad that he's disappointed. I have a mom. She's in heaven. There's so many things that I wish I could have done but couldn't. Can I turn back time? No. But I can make things better from now on out. I can change my life, and that's what I'm doing. I passed my first drug test the other day in 7 years. 7 years. So to say once a drug addict, always a drug addict, there's no way. Because then I'm just incredible then, if that's the case. So I stand behind my brothers back there, and my sisters back here, and this man right here, 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. John Quinlan?
Thank you all. I just wanted to speak really quickly. If you live near the Hope Center or the Hope Center to be, it's just my strong opinion you have nothing to fear, absolutely nothing to fear. I'm a chaplain from Martinsville, Henry County, just recently retired, so I've worked with a lot of these people for years. I've been in prison ministry for 25 years. I personally have referred a lot of people to Gary Robertson, who is the director of admissions to these Hope Centers. So we know a lot of these people. And I can tell you, you have nothing to fear by living. If you want to put a Hope Center in my backyard, please do. Please do. I would be happy to have a Hope Center in my backyard. So you have, but I understand when you haven't been around something, there is a fear factor. You have an unknown fear factor. But you know, I promise you don't have to fear it. As far as somebody mentioned the traffic, there's not going to be a traffic issue. This is a small number of people. There's not going to be any kind of traffic issue. Other things like that. Like I said, it's very strongly supervised. I'm thinking of the safety factor for people that live nearby. I hold in my hand here the disciplinary procedures that they have. I'm not going to read any of it except for one sentence. Here at Hope Center Ministries, it is one of our top priorities to maintain an environment conducive to recovery. Hope Center Ministries believes that the structure and discipline are key components to a successful treatment program. Therefore, we must administer discipline to help correct one's behavior from time to time. There are 3 pages here of disciplinary procedures that are strictly followed when somebody is not doing right there. These people are very supervised. They're focused on recovery. I personally lead a Bible study every Tuesday night at the Men's Center, and these guys are all-stars. These guys are doing good in their companies. One fellow that's here tonight that works at Nationwide Homes, the supervisors came to him a couple months ago, and they said, look, we've been evaluating some of our employees here, and we want you to know you've got the only perfect evaluation in this company. That's one of the Hope Center guys that's right here. So anyway, I know time is short. I know time is short, but I just would encourage people that live near it or in the community. If the Hope Center was not there, guess what? You have a drug problem anyway. Let me tell you, it's everywhere. People are using drugs, they're getting high. John F. Kennedy quoted Mr. Burke from back in the 1800s. He said, "The only thing that is necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing." This is a good thing. Please put one next to my house. I love the Hope Center. We're not afraid of it at all. I go every week. We've known them for 2.5 years. It's a good thing. Homeowners don't have anything to fear. I promise you. There's nothing to fear.
Okay, thank you. Thomas Cates.
Thomas Cates, and I'm here to oppose rezoning it. This causes the stigma to it. We ain't opposed to rehabbing addicts, but the stigma that comes along with it. I'm a landowner on Mountain Run Road. It's going to devaluate my property. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Durant. And Ed Fitzgerald follows Mr. Durant. Yeah.
My name is Jeffrey Durant. I'm a resident of the Hope Center in Axton, Virginia. I'm actually a community leader there. I fully support the Women's Center. I wasn't caught on it. I came with my free will. And since I've been there, my life been changed completely. The Lord has worked in my life. My family's been restored. I've seen most of these men, life been restored. Their families come. They evolve different. Without it, I don't know where they would be. You know, so I support it completely. I think these women should have a chance to change their lives because they somebody's daughter, wives. They got children of their own. Everybody should get a second chance. I don't consider myself an addict. I've actually been to the house myself on an open house, and the house is like a quarter mile off the road. You can't actually see the house. It's very quiet. You don't see no traffic there. Every woman that's being there, that's in the part of the program, very joyful, happy to be in some place that's safe, a place where they can find peace and hope. I don't think none of the neighbors should have any problems with them. They go to work every day. They do anything that normal people should do.
Okay.
That's all I got, man.
All right, thank you. And after Mr. Fitzgerald, is it Gary Robertson? Anybody know Gary? Okay, all right.
All
Mr.
right.
Fitzgerald.
My name's Ed Fitzgerald, and I'm another one of those people. I was blessed to go to a facility similar to that, and I went in there, and I was doing religion when I went in, but I came out with a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And that made all the difference. Y'all have heard that the disease does not discriminate. We've heard that a bunch of times. But we also heard that it's not for those who need it. It's only for those who want it. But really, it's more than that. You got to want it, and you got to work for it. And to me, that's a big thing I see with these ladies. They are willing to work. My wife couldn't be here tonight. She's the Celebrate Recovery minister there, and she works with these ladies. And she wanted me to come and tell y'all, these women are working. They're working their steps. They're working their hearts out, trying to better their lives. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening. Name, please?
Gary Robertson.
Robertson, okay.
Yes, sir. I'm the admissions coordinator for both the women and men's Hope Centers in the area. I'm going to be very quick and to the point. The individuals, and I go with them into court after we have agreed that they would be potential candidates. But what I say about that is not the last word. The Commonwealth Attorney has their records. They have their put into it. And ultimately, a judge makes that decision. In that process, we can have all the kinds of thoughts we want about this or that, whether it's good, whether it's bad. If we don't honor the stance of our local officials, our judges, we've had individuals come out of the courtrooms here in Pittsylvania County, allowing individuals to come to the Hope Center. Here's the other part of that. If you put everybody in jail, they're not getting recovery. We have a sheriff here in our midst tonight, and I suspect that he would tell you what I'm going to say. It's basically a housing facility. But if you go that route and you put everybody in jail, 95% of them at some point are going to be released. And if you release them without giving them an opportunity to change their lives and know how to go through that process and somebody to help walk them through it, you've got a bigger problem than you had to start with. It's one of the things that we look at very closely is the kind of charges that individuals have. Are they violent? And those kinds of things. Because not only are neighbors having to live with them, our staff lives in with them. And we want to protect that staff. Not only do we do that, but the Commonwealth is doing that. The judges are doing that. And if we don't have these facilities in my backyard, where are they going to be? Where are we going to end up? Thank you.
Thank you. Meredith Hayes, followed by Jeff Lynch.
Good evening. My name is Meredith Haynes.
Haynes,
yes. And I, along with my husband and 2 young boys, live in Axton, and we have a Hope Center in our neighborhood. And you know what? I'm home most of the days with the boys by myself, and a lot of nights I feel perfectly safe. And you said you want to hear the adverse effects. Well, you're not, because there aren't any. We haven't had any problems. And I'm very thankful that we have this center. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. My name is Jeff Lynch. I'm the pastor at Compassion Church in Danville. Our church is connected with the Hope Center. You guys heard a lot of things tonight, and you asked us to talk about the adverse effects that the center could potentially have on the neighbors around in the neighborhood. Everything that we've heard tonight and last week were things, quite frankly, the only way I know how to put it are issues that are based on fear. And those fears were speculative fears, not things that have happened, things that might happen or could happen, but your task is to make a reasonable decision. Is the fear that we're hearing, is that a reasonable fear? And what we're hearing tonight from lots of folks is that the folks over in Axton been doing this for a couple of years. They're telling us we have not had any of these situations. We've heard fear about falling property values. We don't know that that's the case. We've heard fears about traffic. We're hearing that that's not a case. We've heard fears about violent crimes. We don't know that that's the case. Those are fears, and we know how fear operates. But those fears are simply speculative. What is real is hope. And the opposite, as real and as strong and as powerful of an emotion as fear can be, hope is also a powerful emotion. And the hope that we're experiencing through Hope Center Ministries is not speculative. It is real, it's tangible. These ladies walk into a home and they see that somebody cared enough to provide a home for them to come and live where they can recover. These ladies come into our church on Sundays and on Wednesdays and on Friday mornings for Bible studies, and they clean our church at no cost to us. These ladies go to work at KDH Defense Systems. In the packet that you were provided, if I'm not mistaken, there's a letter from the Human Resources Manager at KDH saying what a benefit this group of ladies is to their organization. Exemplary employees. What I'm saying is that I understand that fear is real and fear is a powerful emotion, but the fear we're talking about is speculative. The hope that we're talking about is real and it's tangible. Ladies are seeing hope that that addresses the fears that they had. They had fears that I'll never get my life back. I'll never live another day where the sun comes up. I'll never get to see my kids. I'm begging you, I'm imploring you, Hope Center Ministries is not only going to help these ladies who are here now, but it's going to help generations of ladies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rhonda Vogler.
Good evening. I'm Rhonda Vogler. First, I'd like to say my son Lee Vogler would have been here tonight also supporting this, but he had a meeting in Dale. But he did send an email to all of you, except I believe Ms. Glass, we didn't have an email address. He and I both sent emails to all of you and would love for them to share it with you. And I expressed most everything in that email, so I don't know if you've read it yet or not. When the question about who's going in and out of there and that type of thing, I've been in to the Hope Center to visit many times. And I keep my grandchildren. One just turned 5, the other one's 17 months old. I would guard them with my life in a second. I've taken them with me to deliver things to the ladies and to visit. There's no way I would take those children there if I felt any slight chance that there's a danger to anyone from these people. As I've come to know them, you know, and see them in church and see them in their home, and that's what it is, it's their home. The change and the way God has worked in their lives, and there are changes, and to see them being baptized and the joy that you see on their faces. It's not because someone ordered them to be there. It's because their life has changed. And as far as like having it in your backyard, no, I don't live in that community now. But I did go to the Danville zoning. I did live in the Tunstall district for 25 years. A lot of my family still lives all around the area. I do live in the city now. A somewhat similar situation came up, and I did state this in my email. Stokesland United Methodist Church was going to transition from a church into a community resource center. Programs that are coming out of there, some of them are addiction recovery. And they're not like the Hope Center where this is after you've come clean and you want help. These are people who are still dealing with drugs. And I went and spoke in favor of that being there. And that is in my neighborhood. Because I do feel that if we don't work together and help them and give them a chance, then, you know, that's on my conscience if I don't. And but as far as these ladies, I know as far as stigma, yes, it does put a stigma when you classify something as a rehab facility or something like that. But I think more, don't look at that name. Look at the name of what it's called. It's called the Hope Center. And it could be called the Hope Home, because that's what it is. It gives these women hope, and it is their home.
Okay, thank you. Brenda Martin.
I think everybody has said what I wanted to say already, so I'm gonna save some time.
Okay, thank you. Taylor Hornick, is that right? Followed by Adam Touchstone. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Taylor Hornick, and I am here in support of the Hope Center. My letter does take 3 minutes, so please bear with me. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but while at work, I read an article shared about last week's hearing, and I felt that it was necessary to. Last week, my husband, my 1-year-old son, who loves the Hope Center girls, and I all came to show our solidarity for these amazing, worthy, and loving girls. Not because I'm just a member of Compassion, but because I am a mother, and I have put myself into the shoes of their moms. To be able to see your child find a place that reminds them that they are not filthy, they are not addicts, regardless of what the enemy would lead them to believe, that they are worth saving would comfort my heart. A heart that spent many nights pleading with God to reach into their lives and save them. A heart that experienced many sleepless nights knowing that my sweet baby was tormented by a terrible turn that led to darkness. I put myself there because a mother is always going to find the good in a person and nurture that part so that it overtakes all the damage and creates life again. I imagine for these women and their mothers, the Hope Center is the answer to fervent prayers. It is easy to label, to judge, and to be scared of the idea of what the Hope Center does. But without knowing the hearts of these women, we cannot write them off as a community. And while this is not a criminal hearing, I can hear the hearts of my sisters thumping as their future hangs in the balance, and they wait to hear if the amazing and loving support system at the Hope Center will continue to be. Because of this, I stand up for them tonight. As proclaimed Christians and fellow believers, I remind all of us of a Savior that went before us, carried our shame and sin to a rugged cross where he would suffer and die so that the ugly, sinful, and unworthy people we all can be would be made beautiful in his eyes, so that we could hear, I forgive you, I love you, your past nor your present matter, you are worthy of all that life has to give. It is because of Christ's boldness and obedience that we do not have to bear the ugly labels that come with our own sin. If we are to be like Christ, then why do we find it so hard to believe that these people can change? Just as God used the unlikely in his word, I know he too will use every last girl that comes through Hope Center's doors, not because they are perfect, but because they are made perfect in him. To any person in this room tonight who questions these ladies' hearts, their intentions, influence, or potential, I invite you to come to 155 Deer Run Road, Compassion Church of Danville, to see for yourself. To the ladies of the Hope Center, I remind you that Christ loves the broken, for it does his heart well to spend time putting you back together again. Always remember that in him alone is healing, deliverance, restoration, and peace found. Regardless of tonight's outcome, I encourage you, ladies, to go forth and do all that you can to the glory of God. Thank you.
How are you going to follow that, Adam?
It's a tough one. So let's turn to the book of Leviticus.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. So I'm Adam Touchstone. I am the executive pastor at Compassion Church Axton and work directly with our Hope Center. As a matter of fact, our Hope Center residents have keys to our church. They come in, they clean our facilities, very responsible, take care of things like they're supposed to. We haven't had any incidences of concern. And I'll speak clearly to the fact that caution is very much so, it's valid. I'll give you that. It's very valid. In the very beginning, when we pursued the journey of Hope Center, there was the concerns of fear, the concerns of break-ins, the concerns of, let's be real, are they, what are they looking for? Is it really hope they want, or do they just want just another place to hide till they can find their next fix? And so all of those concerns are extremely valid. Those cautions are valid. But what I've come to find is that walking down the sidewalk, my 5-year-old and my 2-year-old know most of the guys by their first name. They're high-fiving, they're playing basketball, they're interacting. At one point, several of the guys, which I'm also a resident of Cascade, the Women's Center is directly, basically in my backyard. I could throw a rock if I needed to. And so it's one of those things for me. I had many of the Hope Center residents help me move into that location. And so they knew where I lived. They were in my home. These are guys and these are women that I could stand here all night. You've heard it all night. They're guys and they're women that have been in the same situations that we have. But I can tell you from both sides of it, working in a facility with them, side by side, they rent their end of the building from us. There is a reality that hope is available and it's happening right next door, and I get to be a part of something. So while the cautions may be valid, once you get to know somebody and you get to know the journey they walk, you realize that hope is available. Thank you.
Thank you. Taylor Gustry? And after Taylor is Eric Hansen. So if Eric could stand by.
Hello, I'm Taylor Goostrey, and I'm a resident at the Cascade, Virginia Hope Center Ministries, and I just want to express to you guys that we are no harm to the community, our neighbors, or anyone we come in contact with. You know, actually, I've met some really loving, caring, and very compassionate people in the Hope Center and our Compassion Church. And, you know, through Jesus Christ and the Hope Center, my life has been restored as well as my family's. And I true wholeheartedly believe in the Hope Center, and I just really consider that you guys passed this for us. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name's Eric Hansen. I guess I'm just here as proof. I'd like to see these young women have the same opportunities that I have. Since coming to the Hope Center, I'm now a year and a half clean. I'm saved, baptized. I'm in a good church. I have a good job, and I'm attending college at Danville Community College. I think these girls deserve the same opportunity.
Thank you. Emily Bradley. And then Tanya Walker after Miss Bradley.
Hello, my name is Emily, and I'm a resident at Hope Center in Cascade. And I just want to, I'm about to graduate. I am one of the original ones that came from Tennessee. And back in December, my director asked if she moved anywhere in the world to open up a Hope Center, would I go with her? And I said, without a hesitation, yes, you can go anywhere in the world. We ended up here in Cascade, and we came to help the people of this community to be able to help restore their families and save their lives. The addicts and their families are citizens of Cascade as well, and it's we are here to help protect them and be part of the solution and not the problem. As far as the safety of our neighbors, we love that little community. I live on a 350-acre farm, and right before coming in, my dad passed away, and being in this home reminds me of my farm back home. Across the road, we have a miniature horse and a paint horse, and we named it Molly, and we ran into the owner the other day, and her name, she was really sweet, and the little horse's name was actually Cupcake, but we thought that it was dead one morning on our way to work because it was laying there with its legs stretched out, so we reversed all the way back up to make sure this little pony was alive, and it jumped up, and we all cheered and clapped. There was like 9 of us on the van. But we love the community. We wave at our neighbors, and we didn't know that we weren't wanted in the community. And it broke our hearts when we realized that the people we were waving at and the people we tried to invite the community in for an open house so that people could see what God is doing in our lives. While putting up the signs, we got told to pack our bags, go home. People approached us, you know what? God doesn't judge. My God is a loving God. We used to like to walk to the end of our driveway, which is long, and we're afraid we don't mean any disrespect to our neighbors. We've been places all our lives where we've not been welcome. We thought we were welcome into this community. And it was disheartening. We're afraid. We don't even walk to the end of our road anymore because we don't want to disrespect any of the neighbors and make them fear like we're going to attack them if they see us out walking like we're doing something bad. And that's a horrible way to feel when you know the changes that you've been having in your heart and in your life, and you can see them, and your family can see them. We stay busy nonstop from 4:45 in the morning, and we don't get done until 8:30 or 9. We go to bed at 10. The only time we've ever been outside after dark was whenever I built a campfire, and we all wrote down our fears and burnt them. Other than that, we're never even outside. And early in the morning, sometimes we sit on the back porch, the screened-in porch, and listen to the birds. And we have a hummingbird feeder. But we love that community, and we would never. Most of us have children and families, and we have deer, we have 2 turkeys, and bunny rabbits, all in our driveway. We've named them all, but we don't mean any disrespect. And we built this home on love. And we actually decide, regardless of what happens, we love that little community and the animals and people around it.
Jeff Jones. And after Jeff,
Good evening, Chairman, Board.
Tanya Walker.
My name is Jeff Jones. I work for the Henry County Sheriff's Office. I worked in corrections, law enforcement, investigations, and I'm now in crime prevention. And half of these guys out here I know personally from my time on the road. I know a lot of the females here, but I'm here to speak on their behalf. It was an endless cycle until the Hope Center came. Endless cycle. But the Hope Center gave law enforcement hope in what they do, because then it stopped my cycle of just always chasing and always dealing with the law enforcement side. But I'm here also to speak on behalf of them because they're all my friends. But the one thing I want to do, so I'll speak as just as an individual right now. I want to correct something that was stated earlier. The Commonwealth Attorney that was read tonight was Andrew Nestor from Henry County, not Pitt County. Okay? That's right. Not Pitt County. All right? The ones who spoke here tonight did not say anything about how zoning laws might not apply in this situation. They just spoke on fear and identity politics, but nothing on how zoning laws do not apply here or how the Hope Center is violating them. So I'd like to hear those arguments also. So one thing about the integrity of this organization is that they will comply with all the rules of the zoning committee, because that's just what they do. And I have confidence that that's their larger vision, not only to comply with your rules and regulations, but that helps the whole community and the whole organization. So in closing, I just want to say something personal, because I'm a Christian. If you insist on zooming out and evaluating those who go to the Hope Center culture with fear instead of love for neighbor as the sole determining variable of the group, what you will find in this manifested inferiority is a dysfunctional mess, high levels of criminality, illegitimacy, substandard education, and other forms of destructive behavior. The call of Christian discipleship does not write off any ethnic group any more than it writes off sinful individuals. People can change. And as a result, families, households, neighborhoods can change, which means that over time, the culture changes. That's the power of the gospel to transform more than just individuals. Thank you for your time.
Tanya? Tanya Walker. Sheriff Lane Perry.
Hi, I'm Tanya Walker. I am the director of our Cascade Ladies Center, Hope Center. Emily was up here a while ago, and I remember I was a recovery coordinator back in Paris, Tennessee, and she come in and she was talking about she was hoping she'd be interested, someday in interning at the Hope Center. And I said, Emily, just what she told you. I said, Emily, if I go anywhere in the world, would you go with me? And she said, yes, y'all. She never hesitated or anything. And I thought, you know what? This is going to be awesome. I mean, I know these girls better than anybody does because I live with them 24/7. I was in addiction at one time, and then I become a resident in the Hope Center. And I will say that God worked through the Hope Center to save my life. I can sit here and tell you this all day long, you know, I mean, and try to convince you of this and that and this and that. But it was kind of like whenever I was in addiction, my mom and dad knew that I lied and all that, but whenever I finally did get help, it wasn't my words that convinced them, it was my actions. So when Emily gets up here and you see how she's talking, it's not her words, it's the love that comes from her heart. God is saving lives. These ladies choose to be here in this center, and y'all, what a privilege it is to be able to do what he's calling me to do. I know nothing about zoning. I don't know anything about zoning, but I can tell you what's in my heart, and I can tell you what God's called me to do, and I can tell you about every one of these ladies that I live with, and I have been with the center for 3 years, and I love every minute of it. It's a lifetime commitment for me. I just want to thank y'all so much for having us here tonight. And I want to thank everybody for supporting us and loving us so much and believing in us. And I want to thank God for unlimited chances and his forgiveness. And you look just like Santa Claus, too.
Okay, I'll vote yes. Sheriff Lane Perry?
Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. And you do have a very important issue before you. I will try to keep my comments strictly related to what you did ask about. I'm Sheriff of Henry County. I've been sheriff for 13 years. I've been in law enforcement for 27 years. And the reason I paint this out, I really have a unique view of the drug problem that we've all become aware of. One of the things is when Hope Center went into the Irisburg community, my phone never rang the first time. It has never rang since. We have never had the first request for an extra patrol. I know a good number of the neighbors in that area that I interact with. They have never had the first adverse comment. And this is not a comment, but the only act of violence that has been in the area is someone who came from Pittsylvania County, killed a woman, brought her to Henry County, and dumped and burnt her body right above the Hope Center. And the only reason I say this is not a comment, but I want to tie two pictures together. The drug problem is growing. It's growing everywhere. If you ask me to rate the risk factors around this place are very, very low. One of the reasons is because when they go to the Hope Center, and I go back again, I participated with Gary Robertson about the screening process. This isn't just someone where they're trying to fill beds. He and I have talked about people, and I have actually gone into jail and looked people in the eye and walked out of the cell and gone, you're not ready yet. These are people who want to change their lives, and it's not a detox center. When you're talking about the factors that increase the risk to citizens, if this was a detox center where you getting them straight off the street where they still commit violent and irrational acts, you would run some risk factors. But they've pulled a good number of days or weeks in a facility where they have got the drugs and alcohol out of their system. The Hope Center will not participate in meds that will take them off the drugs or help with the addictions. They want them detoxed before they arrived. When they come, they are thinking different. They want to be there. They're introduced to something different. I have seen a few people leave. Now let me say first, I have seen a number of lives changed for the positive. Families turned around, people turned around. I've seen a few walk away. I have never seen the first problem, had the first complaint, nothing. I do want to paint a picture and tie back into why I made a comment about violence. Pittsylvania County is a lot like ourselves, and please, I hope to take no liberties with your timing, but I'll make it quick. We're getting ready to build a new jail. When we did our community-based corrections plan, we have to project our needs 15 years into the future. When we did that, they put our history together, and although Henry County's population is coming down slightly, but every year we're increasing by 6 inmates. And a thought hit me through this. We're in as educated a time as we've ever been. We have volunteer support programs, but yet our number of inmates are increasing every year while our population's decreasing. I do know from the overcrowding problem, Pittsylvania County is experiencing the same thing. You too have an overcrowded jail. I think you have the #1 most overcrowded jail in the state, and we have the #2. And I say that to point this problem. The violence, the problems from drugs is evident everywhere. It's in every community. It's been in my community. It's been near my house. Those risk factors are high. And if we don't start turning those numbers around, and there is a part, first off, I want to say if they were buying a house in my area, based on what I've seen, I have no problem whatsoever. I have never heard the first report about declining property values or anything. But I do believe in our efforts to turn this problem around that's happening, that's destroying families and everything else. And I please hope for your support of this program.
Julie King.
Good evening. Last week I spoke. My name is Julie King, and I am the widow of Grammy artist James King. James and I were residents. I've been here all my life. James moved down, about 11 years ago. I can proudly say Easter Sunday, 2007, he got on his knees in Cascade Baptist Church, and he never touched a crack pipe again. If you have the Lord in your heart, then you do not have room for the devil. I can tell you straight up that the two go together. You can't be clean without the Lord. You cannot. It don't happen. You can't fake it. You can't make it. So I'm going to stand here and I'm going to use my time wisely by reading to you guys a verse out of Titus. And it's Titus 2, chapter 3. And basically it tells all of us how we should act. And it says, the aged women likewise, that they be in behavior as becoming holiness, not false accusers. Just give me a second. Not given to much wine, teachers of good things, that they may teach the young women to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children, to be discreet, chaste, keepers at home, good, obedient to their own husbands, and that the word of God not be blasphemed. Now, I've heard so many testimonies and so many things this evening. I live 3 miles from this proposed site. I am a widow that lives there by myself. I am not afraid of these ladies coming in down the street. As a matter of fact, I'm a member of Cascade Baptist Church, which is less than a mile from the place. We have absolutely, and I say we as a church, have no problem with this occurring. Now, so far as last week, Mr. and Miss Fowler did not see me as I was following them up the steps. And I'm going to quote the Christian Mr. Fowler.
That's probably not necessary. We don't need ad hominem accusations here. We need facts about this
Here,
home.
this is a fact.
No.
Fact.
Okay, you're done. You've had your 3 minutes anyway. Tiffany Adams?
Thank you.
Tiffany? We have a fist fight. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Tiffany Adams. I'm a resident on Mountain Run Road, and I'm standing respectfully in opposition to the special use permit for Hope Center Ministries. I have just 3 points that I would like to make. The first being my concern about the decrease in property value. I'd like to bring to your attention one study specifically titled, "Not in My Backyard, The Effect of Substance Abuse Treatment Centers on Property Values." In summary, the researchers took an empirical look at the adverse impact on neighboring real estate, and I'd like to quote, if I may. I quote, "Using a large MLS data set from Central Virginia, we estimate the impact of substance abuse treatment centers on nearby home prices and liquidity as measured by time on the market. We find that a neighboring treatment center is associated with an 8% reduction in nearby home prices, and that this discount is magnified for treatment centers that specifically treat opiate addictions as much as 17%. This is a significant reduction in property value, 8 to 17%. Second, living on Mountain Run Road is beautiful and it's quiet. It is nestled in southern Pittsylvania County, approximately 15 miles from the Danville Police Department and 25 miles from the Sheriff's Office. I have grave concerns about the response time of law enforcement in the event of a crisis. While there is always the risk for a need for emergency services, having an addiction treatment program in our rural community poses a greater risk for this type of need. Since substance abuse is a multifaceted health issue, and many participants have a dual diagnosis of mental health issue and an addiction, it seems clear that a residential addiction program should be located much closer to law enforcement and medical establishments. Finally, I'd like to address traffic. The treatment program's goal is to admit more and more residents from the greater Pittsylvania County area. This will increase traffic considerably because the residents' families will be close enough for regular visits. This does not include the new traffic already added just since May from the staff and other ministry and church-affiliated persons. To paint a clear picture, Mountain Run Road is a macadam road with no businesses, no painted lines on the road, and no posted speed limit. Also, there is a narrow railroad crossing with steep drop-offs on each side. The increase in traffic over this railroad crossing alone poses a significant threat to our safety. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I forgot to write it down. Dwayne Adams.
Yes, thank you, Board. I am a resident as well on Mountain Run Road, and I am in opposition of the zoning and the special permit of this addiction treatment center. And that's it. That's what I am opposed of. So to answer your questions, Chairman, about the zoning, as my wife brought up, we just don't know what this is going to bring in. Unlike the four-wheeler trail thing, you know what's coming in. You know what the side effect is, the peace and quiet. For this, we have no clue. Safety. If they said 16 people there, well, simple math, if they're allowed 2 people to come visit, that's 32 people coming down the road. If they allow the 5 that they mentioned, simple math again, that's 80 people traveling up and down this road. As mentioned before, has no business on it. Second, it's not speculative, it's a decrease in value. It has been proven across the country. It's not out of sight, unfortunately. There is one road that comes into there. They have to pass all the other residential homes that were built there for residential living. The traffic has increased. We just don't know. And again, none of this is speculative. So I implore you, please do not change our zoning laws and do not allow this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Marshall Payne.
My name is Marshall Payne. I'm alive today thanks to the Hope Ministry. So you don't need another testimony, but as to the safety issue of having all these people in our room, there is a bond that is developed between the group, and if there was anyone in that group to jeopardize the group's safety, When I mean their safety, I mean their recovery. If they were gonna go rogue and leave the center, go rob somebody next door, the group would be the very first line of defense. They would not allow that to happen. They just would not, because it is so important. The mission of getting better, of getting your life back is so important. They will not allow one or two people who have bad ideas to get away with it. It would be dealt with. So I don't think that it poses a physical threat. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jenny Wyatt.
Hey y'all, I'm Jenny Wyatt.
Welcome.
I lost my mom last year to addiction, and I just want to tell you how much it sucks, for lack of a better word, to have to get on Google and say, where can she be treated in this area? Only to find there's nothing. You can go down the road here to an AA meeting. Is that really going to help? No. So since there was no suitable treatment here, she goes 3 hours away for 30 days, and she said, I'm out of here. So she came back home. 6 months later, she died. So what I want to speak to is what makes the Hope Center different than just a facility like the one she went to. I remember her describing the place as cold and sterile. She described every meal as fried cardboard. What fried cardboard are we having today in the cafeteria? I know the name of Jesus was never spoken in the place that she was. So like I said, that she did come home after that short time. I wish there had been more time. I wish there had been different treatment options. I went Saturday to visit the Hope Center and to sit on the couch with my 8-month-old son in the hands of these women. They were passing him around, and never once did I think twice about it. But I sat on the couch and had a conversation. They had a kitchen table. They didn't have a cafeteria. They had a home. They didn't have a facility. They didn't have a rehab. That's what one of the girls said. She said, we don't call this rehab. This is where we live. And just what I want to say is, if you say, okay, we can't have this house here any longer to operate as the Hope Center, we'll close it down, we'll get a house somewhere else. And then those people put up a fight saying, we don't want it here either. Then where do we go next? Where do they go? Let them have the house. Let them have hope. Let their families have them back. And I just say, so I'll never have another chance to tell my mom that I'm proud of the fight that she gave. But right here is our chance to tell these ladies that we're proud of the choice that they've made to get better.
Patty Johnson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I know this is going later than you all expected it. I do have a little bit
No, actually, it's gone pretty fast.
Okay. Well, good. I actually have a letter from Michelle B. Heiler. She owns the adjoining 10 acres of property if you face the Hope Center to the right. She could not be present tonight. She's out of town. I met with her several times in reference to this, and she wrote this letter. I have the signed copy. It's included in your packet, but I have her signature here. Dear members of the board, my property adjoins the Hope Center property at 1070 Mountain Run Road, Cascade, Virginia. I have 2 homes there. I'm in favor of the Hope Center and the support the women's recovery and work program. I've had friends and family members that have been in Christian recovery centers like this that encourage the residents to work and pay for their stay. This is not only treatment, but also teaches the women how to re-enter the workforce sober. The support of the center and each other helps them stay sober and on the right path. I own 2 homes that adjoin the Hope Center property, and I am so happy there, living on the outskirts of Cascade. We have a wonderful community, and I'm very proud to call it my home. I welcome the Hope Center and the women and will keep them in my prayers. The struggle is very real, and I admire those trying to make a difference in the lives of others. Addiction is a very serious problem, and we would be hard-pressed to find a single family in this country that is not touched by drug or alcohol addiction in any way. Sincerely, Michelle Howler, 1380 and 1420 Mountain Run Road, Cascade, Virginia.
Okay.
As I stated, my name is Patty Johnson. I also own property in the Tunstall District about 7 miles from the center. I was a magistrate in this district for 7 years. I dealt with families on a daily basis where they came to me and asked me to commit their families to rehab centers for help. I was a magistrate here from 2006 to 2014. We did not have anywhere to send these families. Galax was the only answer. They offer a 1 week, 2 week, 30-day program, that's it. In the time that I've served in this capacity, drugs have evolved. I've seen the changes in the type of drugs that people are using. And there was a time that treatment facilities of that nature worked. They don't anymore. As Travis said, 40 years of addiction, it can't be fixed in 30 days. These women are taught to relive through the faith of God that restores their hope. I'm a member of Compassion Church, but before this ever came to this locality, my parents are members of Cascade Baptist Church. I was born and raised in that community. I would never advocate for a program that I felt was a danger to any other citizen in that area. I traveled myself to and from Tennessee on multiple occasions to visit other houses that the Hope Center Ministries owned on my own free will. No one paid for that. I did it on my own because it had been my experience in my job capacity to see we needed something of this nature. Something nobody here touched on is before this center was ever brought to this community, $25,000 had to be raised from citizens of Danville and Pittsylvania County to be a down payment to Hope Center Ministries before they would bring their program to us. Citizens of Danville and Pittsylvania County came up with that $25,000 in about 2 weeks because they saw the need for it. And as a citizen of Pittsylvania County, speaking on behalf of Ms. Heiler, I ask that you please allow these ladies to stay there and give the people of this county a place to have treatment, because it's the only thing that's ever going to change it. I saw those revolving doors. I saw those people who came back and forth that had no other way out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Monty Cates.
I'm Monty Cates. I live on Mount Run Road. I want to introduce you to someone. This is my daughter, Natasha.
Hello, Natasha.
Natasha was born addicted to crack and to alcohol. I know about drugs, and I know the results of drugs, okay? But I'd like to talk to you about reality. These folks came in once before and were rejected by your board. So this time they came in, bought a house, opened it up, started work, and got caught. As far as these people are concerned, and I take credit for that, I misspoke and I apologize. Some of these people are my neighbors. Let's talk about reality. My good friend Travis here, he said they have a 58% success rate. What happened to the other 42? Did the other 42% walk out? They've lost 2 members already. They didn't mention it tonight. 2 walked away at an event. Okay, the doors are open. These folks come and go at their own pleasure. I'm not afraid of what someone might do to me. I'm afraid of that little girl that I adopted. And her 15-year-old sister was born to the same mother, crack addicted, alcohol addicted, and HIV positive. The only thing in the world I have left to give them is my house and my land. And as Ms. Adams said, the study stands for itself. We didn't make a big packet. We may not have passed the study around. It was done by Longwood University here in Central Virginia. It was done by 3 people, 3 professors. That is a reality, ladies and gentlemen. When you reach in my pocket and take 10% or 12 or even 17, then that is something that is a hindrance. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Kate or Keat or what? Jeff
Yes, my name's Jeff Keats,
Keat, okay.
and I'm a property owner on Mountain Run Road, and I'm opposed to the rehab center. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Gwen Andrews? Thanks for sticking around.
Yes, sir. I wouldn't go anywhere else. Thank you for hearing me out. My name is Gwen Andrews. I'm a recovered addict. I've held a job at Dr. Albert Payne's office for 18 years. I've raised 3 boys to be outstanding citizens. I'm a loving wife, and I'm a member of Compassion Church. I would like to say that hearing some of the comments tonight, my fear is for the women living in that house. They had an open house Saturday, and these neighbors took signs down and threatened them and said, "Pack your bags, you're out of here." To me, that's not the Christian way. We are to love these women. That's what Jesus wants us to do. The 12 disciples were not perfect people. They were all sinners. So why are we able to stand here and say these 5 acres that these women are living on, that is no harm to any of them, they're actually in more harm walking in the parking lot at Walmart by the drug addicts that are out in the parking lot. These women are being drug tested, they are being watched, and they are loving the Lord. And I'm here to tell you that I would have never overcome my addiction if it was not for the love of Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is the end of the people that have signed up. Is there anyone else?
Yes, sir.
That would like to address the board before we, if so, come forward, give us your name and your address.
My name's Travis Martin. I'm a resident at the Axton Center. I'm 27 years old. I've been locked up for the better part on and off for the last 5 years. I was drawing disability for my anxiety. I went to the center. My director helped me. I wrote a letter to the Social Security office that I didn't want to receive any more benefits. I was willing and ready to work. I'm a full-time employee at Nationwide. I go to college every week, and I just try and get certified in HVAC, and I just think all these girls deserve the same chance. I support 100%.
Late to the party, but you made it.
I know, right? I'm about to go to sleep back there. I got to get to Richmond in the
Oh,
morning.
man. I couldn't go to sleep not
I'm
listening to
Curly
all this.
Sellers. I am I guess I'm a citizen of Pennsylvania County. Can't quite understand. One is Danville, but it says Pennsylvania, so I am Pennsylvania County. I would like to talk about, because you said adverse and all
what was
of
your
that.
name?
Curly, C-U-R-L-Y, without Larry and Mo. Curly.
And your last name?
Sellers, S-E-L-L-E-R-S.
And what's your address? Where you live?
I gotta say it out loud? Okay, but 224 Mangrams Road, Danville, Virginia,
Danville,
24541. That's why I say I get confused.
Okay. Okay, please continue.
Okay, we were talking about fear. Fear is the unknown. I'm a correctional professional, and I understand exactly what the sheriff is saying because I work in the safest neighborhood over there at Little Green Rock. However, I'm a certified substance abuse counselor. So when you look at the bottom line, when we talk about adverse, when you look at the bottom line, it takes us as taxpayers, we pay over $25,000 for every offender that is locked up in the state of Virginia. Hopeson ain't even costing like that. But look at those numbers that we're paying out as citizens. And like Ms. Andrews just said, I thought about that. We heard about these people, those people. Try being black. Try walking by somebody and somebody's grabbing their purse. So there is no these people, those people when it's addiction. It's all people. Because see, when you're born, you go in that nursery. There ain't no color line in there. And I'm willing to bet you when you die, ain't no color line in the graveyard. So my point is, it's the unknown factor. These ladies from the Hope Center are more afraid of us than we should be afraid of them. And I say that because when you're these people, and I am of these people and of those people, you always got to prove that you're better than the next person. When you go for a job, you can have a GED. I have to put down my master's degree to say I'm qualified. But I'm of these and of those people. So we are afraid. All we asking is for a chance. Let me let you know what I know, because you may learn something. It's not about the fear and the unknown. It's about, I don't want to move out of the comfort zone. Pittsylvania County is on some great things because I send out prisoners every day from Green Rock. And it's about reentry, because I want somebody just like these ladies that's going to work, because I'm going to retire and I want my Social Security check. And if we're not preparing our citizens to go back in the community, to get a job, to get that second chance, we talk about second chances. Come see me over at Green Rock. We got graduation on Friday for our cognitive community. It's about reentry.
Good evening. Teresa Donnelly.
Teresa Donnelly?
Martinsville, Virginia. The only thing I want to speak to, the article that was referenced, not in your back door, if you guys are going to use that to make a determining factor, all I ask is that you actually read that article. In my job, there's a lot of spin on statistics, and you can use data any way you want to. But you got to read the fine print. And I haven't read the article because I don't have my phone. I abided by the rules. But, man, I wanted it because I was going to read it to see if the type of facilities that were studied and that led to those results were Christian-based, non-medicated facilities. This is not a methadone clinic. This is one, I know because I go to church with these people, I serve with these people. So all I ask is that if this article is going to be part of your decision and it's going to make you vote against the Hope Center, I ask that you please just read it to make sure that they're comparable facilities, because this is a very unique facility in the fact that it's Christ-based. And that's all I ask, because I understand the situation you're in and you're trying to look at the laws, but the only really evidence that I've heard against it is an article that none of us have read. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you finish, then I'll.
The only thing that I wanted to say is to the ladies, I'm sorry that you were made to feel unloved and unwanted. That is not the Christian way, and you're daughters of the King, regardless of what anyone here says. I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. Now, just for clarification, this board is required to base our decision upon information that's presented here tonight. So no, that newspaper article, I haven't read it. I don't know that anybody else has. If they have, we've got enough experience. I'm sure they've put that aside. Our decision will be based upon what we've heard here tonight. Okay, sir.
My name
please?
is Philip Dillon.
Philip
Dillon, Dillon. 778 Lees Ridge Road, Martinsville.
Okay, thank you.
I have been a volunteer at the Hope Center in Axton since the very first day it opened. I have spent hundreds of nights there with the guys. I've never feared for anything, perhaps except for what they might be cooking up for breakfast, which could always be kind of experimental. I can only tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the crisis is upon us. Drugs is throughout our communities, and it is ravishing them. If we do not do something positive to impact in people's lives, to allow Christ an opportunity to come to them, because even if we dry them out and take drugs away from them, if that hole is not filled with love and Christ's understanding, they're right back where they started.
Okay.
That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Did you speak before?
Last week.
Okay, I just want to make sure we weren't going around twice tonight.
I apologize, I know it's
That's
late.
okay, I was only-
My name's John Hornick, I live at 3772 Whitmore School Road, also in the Tunstall School District. What I heard this week and last week from the opposition, to me, is a lot of misdirected fear. There's bad all over the place. There's countless, people heavily addicted to drugs out there right now. There's, unregistered sexual offenders, unknown, violent offenders. They're in the community. They might be next door. They might be down the street. We might see them at the corner market. We don't know. They slip in. They don't come with a background check or biography. They're there. These ladies are not that. They're not dangerous. They're good people with a good heart. They are screened heavily. So someone bad could have moved into that property in March or whenever they moved in. But in this situation, that did not happen. We know who they are. We know what they want, why they're here. They're here because they want to be here. They work hard. They're paid to be here for one. They work 40 hours a week. They don't see a dime of it just to have this experience. So that, to me, is commitment all the way. And I know because I work with them at KDH Defense. We make body armor for United States Army, Marines, Navy, law enforcement, and they do a great job. They have the respect of all their supervisors. They come to work, they work hard, they work well, and they have good attitudes. They'll be missed whenever they move on to wherever they go. They will be missed at KDH. But the Hope Center, it offers them, is like I said, their mind's made up, but it offers them the opportunity to for one, strengthen their relationship with our Lord and Savior. It distances them from these influences that they might affect or alter their plan because they know who they want to be. They just need some help getting there, and where they're at, they're surrounded by love and support. And if we break that down and take that away from them because we're afraid, then we're part of the problem, not the solution. So that's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Can I help you?
My name is Jackie Lynch, and I get the privilege of being Jeff Lynch's wife. He's the pastor of Compassion Danville, but I also get the privilege of being a mentor to one of the girls in the Hope Center, Emily Bradley. I want you to know that these girls come and they beat us to church every Friday morning. Jeff and I do a Bible study with them. They beat us there every Friday morning. We're always late. Forgive us. We leave them at our church. I am terribly unorganized. My office has money, for whatever reason, on my desk. There has never been anything taken from any of our offices. They have full access to all of our offices. Not one time has anything come up missing. Every time they leave our facility, they ask us to text Tanya because they want Tanya to know where they are. They are never late. They are always on time. And when they leave, there is an accountability factor that is impeccable. I heard someone say devaluing the property. We are not a treatment center. We are a discipleship program. The house is always spotless, and the yard is always cut. Jeff and I can't even say that. Our neighbors probably want to donate a goat to us, but the house is 100%, absolutely 100% unseen from the road. That is a fact, and it's also sad. There has never been an issue of upkeep on that house at all. It is beautiful. Tanya and the girls have entertained all guests, friend and foe, with open arms at any time. 3 of us went there yesterday to pray with the girls, to pray around the property. They were it was quite an unexpected visit, and all we found was someone cooking dinner for the girls when they come home from work. If it is traffic on that road, forgive us, it's our church members. We have prayed for these people to come. We have invested. And by the way, Jeff and I are of the Tunstall District, 1512 Old Hunting Trail, Danville, Virginia. What should be a concern on that road is that railroad crossing that doesn't have a gate, and it does not alarm you if there's an oncoming train. I promise you, if they left today, they wouldn't go to someone's house on that road. I pray to God they would come to Jeff and I. I pray to God that they would come to any of the members of that church that have graciously said, you are welcome at our house. The problem with the relationship between the church and the Hope Center is the girls are more than taken care of. They lack for nothing. I am an instructor at the YMCA. When the YMCA members found out about the Hope Center, the donations started coming in. They do not want to leave that facility. They lack for nothing. If they come to anybody's house, I assure you, it won't be yours. As for the security system, I didn't realize they didn't have one. Now that I know that they don't, I'm praying to God that they get one. Not to keep them in, but to keep some people out. That's all I have to say.
Anyone else? I see the fans are out. The building turns off the air conditioner. So the building wants us out of here. So don't blame us. If that's all of the input from the public, we would give the applicant an opportunity to rebut.
Just about 20 minutes is all I got.
I think they'll lynch you back there.
Right, no kidding. No kidding. But just very briefly, just want to speak to some of the things that were mentioned in opposition, trying to stick mostly to facts. I believe one individual spoke already about the decrease in property value. It is a speculative thing, something that we necessarily can't take into consideration, because I also have articles showing the Dream Center in California, a very popular treatment center. We actually saw property values go up. But once again, a speculative thing there as well, nothing that I have included in those packets. Mental health issues were mentioned, that people should be closer to a mental health issue. That's part of our vetting process. I think that's something very important when we explain our program and explain the type of people that are going to be living in the home. We do not accept anybody with a mental health disorder. Many people would say that addiction is a mental health disorder, and I can agree with that. But if we're talking about bipolar, schizophrenia, anything that would require a type of medication to control that, they're not allowed in our program. And that's part of our vetting process that Mr. Robertson does. It was also mentioned that our individuals, our residents, could come and go as they please. That is not the case. Many of them do not have driver's license. They do not have access to keys. They are not allowed to just walk up and down the road. Something we've invested in Axton just as an additional, because safety is our number one priority, not just for the community, for our residents. We invested in a camera system. That's something we'd be willing to do in Cascade as well, just to add an additional layer of security, because safety is our number one priority. And then just the lack of treatment in the area. Sheriff Perry said it well, looking at the rise in addiction and drug use and those being incarcerated in Pittsylvania County, and the cost it is to taxpayers. And Hope Center's not the only thing, but one of many things that's doing something about that issue. And finally, I hope what was displayed tonight is there's a lot of speculation around fear. We've heard enough about that. But one thing that we're not speculating is the success of this program, the safety of this program, the tried and true, proven results, facts of this program. We heard a lot from Henry County residents, and no, does it affect them in Pittsylvania County? Certainly not. But what they did come tonight and tell us is that in 2.5 years, they have not had a single issue. And this was public information. It was all over Facebook, TV, everything, so anyone could have come. And so some people caught me off guard, and I was pleasantly surprised. But I do thank you, men and ladies, for your time tonight. I even thank those who posed opposition, because if we are passed tonight, we'll certainly continue to take every measure possible to provide a safe environment for our women to recover. So I'd be happy to answer any additional questions you have about the program.
Okay, we may have some questions during the discussion, but thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
With the rebuttal, we'll close the public hearing at 10:38.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Do I have your permission?
Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of folks in this audience tonight are my neighbors. I live in Cascade. And nobody in this room is denying the fact that we have a drug problem. Nobody in this room is denying the fact that we need rehab. It sounds like tonight that a picture has been painted that if the Hope Center's not located on Mountain Run Road, that it's going to cease to exist. You all are the Hope Center. You all are what makes it happen. If it were in a tent or a shack on the side of the road, or two churches that's just been recently purchased by Compassion Church, one in Danville, 3rd Avenue, and Bassett United Methodist, which is a huge facility. If it were in one of these facilities, you all would be the Hope Center. These people are my neighbors. On January the 8th, there was an application made, and previous to that, on January the 1st, Seth Robertson come before the Planning Commission with the same identical situation as we have here tonight. The Planning Commission voted unanimous to approve it. And I thought before we met on the 8th, man, it's no way I can go to Chatham tonight and deny a drug treatment center. But when we met and heard the concerns of the people in Mount Hermon, one of which was from Assistant Commonwealth's Attorney and his wife who lived there, I decided while we were here in that board hearing that it wasn't a good thing. And for those people, it wasn't. They had concerns that we've heard tonight, the very same concerns. So what's different? One thing is different is Mr. Robertson applied for a special use permit before we met. And I'll just be honest with you, when the judge appointed me to this board, I didn't realize what I was going to face. It's not fair to this board to have to make a decision such as this tonight after the fact. Mr. Bird stated last week that y'all just kind of snuck in here. At least that was what he was quoted as saying, and I heard him myself. It's not right to just sneak into a place and then expect a board like ours to have to rule on something that all of us think is morally right. You all have a tremendous responsibility to these ladies who reside there. And what an example you setting of sneaking in, just snuck in. What is that? Along with the concerns of that we've heard tonight, there's a stigma, as we heard, about drug use. You can drive a bird away, but the nest's going to stay in the tree. You're going to always have that in the back of your mind. So it's not fair for these people. And if this picture was turned 180 degrees right here, you'd see a row of houses. It looks like from this picture nobody lives on that road, but it's a row of houses if you turn it 180 degrees. So how can we say that this situation is different from the one we had before, other than the fact that there wasn't a proper application made? You can't mitigate the stigma that goes with drug use. And with the buildings that you all already own in your possession, the church, the Compassion Church, for 16 people, I would think it would be a easy job to find a area close to town, as we heard. It would be closer to fire and police protection and those kinds of things. I'm concerned about the residents, these ladies living now. If we had 20 women in my family together, somebody'd be scrapping. And I'm concerned about them too, not just the neighbors.
I think you need to
I'm winding up right now.
No, address us. We're not debating with the audience.
So my concern is, board, is if everything is equal to what we had before, and I don't see how we can mitigate the stigma that goes with the Hope Center. I would recommend, with 6 months, maybe ample time for them to find a place to relocate and to regroup, for us to have a negative motion.
Okay, so we've heard from, thank you. You know, we've got issues, mechanical issues, if you like, that we can address regarding well and septic and building code and, but let's jump straight to the elephant in the room, and that's the anxiety that the neighbors, some of the neighbors have expressed over safety, and as Leon pointed out, the concern about the stigma on the neighborhood. Any thoughts?
Well, I want to say this. I wasn't going to bring this up, but I think I will. 2 weeks ago today, an 18-year-old boy killed his mother, his sister, and his niece 2/10 of a mile from my house in a wonderful community. So trying to say, well, this is going to happen or that's going to happen, bad things can happen anywhere. A sexual offender, registered sex offender, can move into a lot on that road, does not need a special use permit to move there, does not need to go before a board or anything, but yet the property value will drop 12% because of that one thing. And when I think about that, and I hear what people say, and I certainly understand, no one in the Keelan community where I live would ever thought that that could happen, but it did, and it can happen anywhere. And so just to say that a group of people in a home who are trying to improve themselves are going to cause a problem, I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. It seems that treatment programs get blamed as part of the problem instead of being credited as part of the solution. And I think I don't know. I prayed today that God would give me wisdom to do the right thing. To do the right thing. Look at the adverse effects. Some of them are subjective, some of them are whatever you want to call it, but let us do the right thing.
All right, how about, again, as far as the safety and the stigma of having a facility in the neighborhood, any more thoughts on it? Is it real?
I mean, the anxiety is there, but I just, you know, I visited this home this past week. I went out there, I met the girls in there, I looked at the facility, and nothing has been misrepresented here tonight. It's clean, it's neat. One was doing her homework, and I met the lady that is in charge there. They were very nice. I don't see anything misrepresented. I just think that they deserve a second chance.
Yes. All right. All right, on security, would that be mitigated if we required that they install a security camera system?
I would recommend that.
Yeah.
And as far as the stigma, there's also, in my mind, there's a possibility. Now, we know what you've presented, and we believe you that this is not a treatment center. There are no drugs there. But if Billy Bob down the road here, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and he needs some drugs. What I'm getting at is if we can some way remove the issue of a public nuisance, if you like, for lack of a better term. The applicant, would you be receptive to accepting a condition that said no signage up on the road?
Yes, sir.
So if somebody wandering by at night, they would never know it's there.
Right, yeah.
And that would address property values, stigma, and it would prevent somebody that's unaware of how you operate, thinking that there's an opportunity for them.
Right. So you're saying that we would not put up any type of signage near the road?
Just the address.
So we would leave things as they are?
Yeah, because I mean, it's so far off the road, nobody's gonna wander in there, on foot anyway.
Right. Yeah, we would comply with that requirement, as well as the security cameras that were previously mentioned.
Okay. And the only thing that's gonna address the anxiety is time, and time will prove one way or the other. It's just a matter for these people to decide when we cast our vote, whether the safety issue rises to the level of being a adverse effect that we can't mitigate. Is it real or is it imagined? That's traffic. Now, we heard some numbers that if you multiply them out, they get pretty big, but based upon your experience, a typical, if there is such a thing, resident would receive a family visitor every how often?
It would be Friday nights from
But
6.
but every resident gets a visitor every Friday?
On Fridays, they're allowed to have visitors.
I know, but do they actually?
Do they actually have them? No.
Because I mean, I know in my own family, I look back and I say, boy, I should have visited him before he.
Right, right, yeah. And the case is, it's by resident. Most of our residents don't have positive relationships in their life, so the families are not coming out in support of them. The families are saying, you give us a year's clean, and we'll come back around. But there are some that are coming in and supporting them.
Right.
I would imagine at our men's center, we have a group of 23 residents in that house, or building, I should say. And I would say on a family support night, which is Friday nights, we would have probably 40. I hope I'm not misrepresenting that. I don't work on Fridays. My recovery coordinator does. He's in charge of that. But I would say we would have roughly 40. So math, percentage-wise, I'm not sure what that would come out to be with 16. But we have very limited parking. We would certainly want to be up to code on not only occupancy of residents, but occupancy within the house. So once we get past this, I'm certainly going to be in touch with fire marshals, get all those numbers. And if they say we can't reach that, we may have to go to 2 residents per family, or three family members per resident.
Well, the building code specifies parking, number of parking spaces, et cetera, so, and we don't, enforce that, so, but inspections will be out there.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Property values, speculative, we've dealt with that for the 29 years we've had zoning, and, we have yet to find a case where we can actually say that, yes, property values are gonna deteriorate, and so I don't think there's much we can. It is an issue, but it doesn't rise to the level of, in my mind, of needing mitigation.
What would be the maximum number of residents?
Well, do you wanna specify it, or do you wanna leave up to the building code? Now, if it's, with 4,000 square feet, in theory, it's 20.
20.
Well, no, actually, it's an R4, if it is indeed an R4, then it would be 16. And I've read the building code, but it's lengthy and it's, we pay people to interpret that. So, but it could be as many as 20, but if you feel like that the board, that's an adverse effect or a health and safety issue that we need to address, then I've been sitting here too long. Then we could consider that as a condition, the number of.
They speak of 16. If traffic is an adverse effect, that's something we need to address, then 16 people would be less traffic than 20.
Would you like to propose that as a?
Sure, I'd recommend 16 maximum.
I think that's what they're gonna find when they, so you got one.
It is too.
You got one column, and that's R4, but I think R5 bleeds right past that, and you go on the internet and read the whole.
R4 says 16 persons, excluding staff.
And is that a condition limited to 16 residents that you could live with?
And Mr. Easley, I believe, mentioned minus staff. So
Right,
you'd have
right.
16
Residents, yeah. And then
one
plus,
staff
yeah.
member. Fantastic. Yeah, that's something we can definitely abide to.
All right. Now, as far as the health and safety issues, I would propose a condition that says that the applicant must request and obtain inspections by Pittsylvania County Building Inspector and Pittsylvania County Health Departments.
Okay, that's not a problem. I'll write Phil, Health Department as well.
Now, the key there is and obtain, because we've made the requirement before that they request, and the department said, oh, we don't do that.
Right.
Well, if you have to pay them, whatever you have to do to get them out there.
Right.
Okay.
And how long would we have to complete that?
That's up to the zoning administrator. We leave a lot of these enforcement details to, comply with Pittsylvania County Building and Use Codes, including 2012 USBC code. It's, in particular, smoke alarms, portable fire extinguishers, occupant load, bathroom, kitchen, eating and sleeping facilities, and parking spaces. That's just part of what's in that code. But,
Right.
comply with Pittsylvania County Health Department regulations. Verify that the well is in compliance with the requirements for a multifamily facility of this size. You know, we've got residential wells and we've got commercial wells, and commercial wells just have a higher, basically it's ceiling, but the health department, they know. So, and the other issue would be the sewage system. It's a 4-bedroom house.
It is a total of 5.
Well, how many have closets?
How many of them have closets? One room has 8 closets?
No. A room with a closet is a bedroom.
Okay.
If it doesn't have a closet,
It
it's
has
a,
8 closets in one bedroom. One bedroom has 8 closets.
so that's one bedroom. All right.
How many bedrooms have, 5? 5 of
Okay.
them have closets.
Because the septic system was originally sized based upon the number of bedrooms.
Right.
It's not the number of bathrooms, right?
Right.
But 16 people represent 17 people, that's a bit much higher load. And the health department may want to address that. So it says, verify that the well is in compliance with the requirements, and also consult with engineer or private soil consultant about the capacity of the existing sewage system and any needed expansions. I have no idea. How's the land perk over that way? Pretty good?
Should.
Should. I think we got that. So that would be the health and safety, and really, the only conditions are that you explore and then comply with what are existing county ordinances. Okay, anything else? Before we decide whether we're gonna consider a positive motion or a negative motion, I would like to say that all of the input tonight was extremely inspirational. Not all of it was specifically useful to the decision we have to make, but it was, I really applaud all of you. It was very, it makes you very hopeful to know that you guys are out there. Okay, so we had Mr. Griffith's input. We've talked about conditions and mitigation. So what do you want to consider first? Positive?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So a positive motion would read, whereas Hope Center Ministries Incorporated has petitioned the Board of Zoning Appeals for a special use permit for a residential addiction treatment. Now, is that accurate? Is that wording accurate? Residential
Yes.
addiction treatment?
Ms. Hayes and I agreed upon that in July.
Okay.
That was the best prescription.
All right. A group home, and whereas we find no substantial detriment to adjacent property, that the character of this zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the ordinance. And whereas there are effects that require mitigation, I move that special use permit be granted with the following conditions. Where did I put those? Oh, here we go. Okay. Number one, install security cameras. Number two, no signage on the highway. Number three, limit it to 16 residents. Request and obtain inspections by Pittsylvania County Building and Health Departments. Comply with Pittsylvania County Building and Use Codes, including 2012, a USB-C code regarding smoke alarms, portable fire extinguishers, occupant load, bathroom, kitchen, eating, and sleeping facilities, and parking spaces. Comply with Pittsylvania County Health Department regulations, verify the well is in compliance, and consult with engineer or private soil consultant about the capacity of the existing sewage system, which may need expansion. So
Make
that-
that motion.
So that's the motion. We have a motion, is there a second? Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand. All opposed?
I move we be adjourned.
Oh, move we adjourn. Do we adjourn? We're adjourned, okay.